Welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Preservation Board would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto Preservation Board at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council. As a reminder, please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at hertpb@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there at this time any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item and the nature of the interest. Mr. Wynn, I will get to you. I will declare my own conflict on PB 16.6, the firm for which I work helped prepare a cultural heritage evaluation for that property. Adam.
I have three. PB 1236-42 Maitland. I attended the pre-application meeting with the developer with the community association. We're seeking clarification from the clerks regarding that matter. PB number 16.13, 68 Wellesley. That is a site within the BIA that I work for. And PB 16.14, 650 Young. I also attended the pre-application meeting with the developer and the community association, and the clerks are seeking clarification on that.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Are there any others that I haven't? Okay. Good morning, Jeff. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on March 18th, 2024? Moved by Jeff. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's now proceed to the agenda review, including some new items. The first item is PB 16.1, 346 Yonge Street, 7 Elm Street, 13 Elm Street, and 34 to 52 River Street, inclusion on the Heritage Register. There are speakers registered on this item, so it will be held. The next, there is somebody, if you don't mind muting yourself so we don't get sound effects. Thank you very much. The next item is 16.2, 137 Roxborough Drive, alterations to a designated heritage property in the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District refusal. I have been advised by Heritage Planning staff that the application on this address, 137 Roxborough Drive, has been withdrawn by the applicant. As such, this item has become redundant and can be withdrawn from the agenda. I am moving that the board withdraw item PB 16.2 from the agenda as the original application has been withdrawn by the applicant. Are there any questions on this one? Adam.
Our panel had a very detailed discussion around this item. We would like clarification from staff about why this generated such a report in the first place, given that there are so many designated buildings that have this type of alteration done without permits, and they do not generate this type of report. If you could a brief answer, it'd be hugely appreciated.
I think that means we will hold the item so that you can ask a question of staff and
yes,
then
thank you.
Formally withdraw. The next item is PB 16.3, 1 Heritage Place, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There is a presentation from Heritage Planning staff available if the board would like to hear it. Would anyone like to hold this item?
Madam Chair, I don't want to hold the item, but I do want to make a brief statement about the item at some point, but I won't put the board through the whole presentation and so forth.
Would you like to move the item, Paul?
I would.
So moved by Paul, and do you want to take your 2 seconds to say something briefly?
Yes, I just like to point out that this designation proposal was supported and steered along by the owners of the property, and I just want to commend the owners of the property for their enthusiasm and their support in pursuing designation. It's a property well worthy of designation, and they share that interest in seeing that it's designated. That's always a good thing to have. So I just want to recognize their support.
Fantastic. So moved by Paul, item PB 16.3. All those in favor? Motion carries. Next is item PB 16.4, 322 La Rose Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There is a presentation from Heritage Planning staff available if the board would like to hear it. Would anybody like to hold this item?
Madam Chair, I just want to do the same thing on this one. So won't.
By all means, you want to move?
I will move.
this
I will move the staff report. And I just want to say again, this is not only owner supported, but this is a multi-generational conservation of this property by the owner's family. So really very commendable their support for this project.
I like good news stories first thing in the morning. Thank you very much. We have Paul has moved the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Motion carries. The next item is PB 16.5, 111 and 115 Berkeley Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There are public speakers registered on this item, so it will be held in the chair's name. And I'm going to take a brief pause and pass the next item on the review over to Paul.
Okay, thank you. This is PB 16.6, 294, 306, and 318 Lawrence Avenue East and 101 Mildenhall Road. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Ward 15. There are no speakers on this item. Does anyone wish to hold this item? Alex?
Yes, I'd like to hold it. I have a question of staff regarding the heritage attributes.
Okay, we will hold it.
Thank you.
And I will turn the microphone back to the chair.
Look at that. Okay. Moving on to PB 16.7, 134 Carlton Street, 50 Richmond Street East, and 860 Richmond Street West, inclusion on the Heritage Register. There are public speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it, please. Next is PB 16.8, 4888 Dundas Street West, alteration of a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, request for directions. There are public speakers registered on this item, so it will be held in the chair's name. This one has a confidential attachment to it, members, so I'm going to pair it with the other one that we have and move it towards the end of the meeting, but prior to the presentation on the Heritage Register. In case we go into closed session, we'll just do it all at once. Next item is PB 16.9, 171 Lowther Avenue, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. There is a presentation from planning staff on this item that is available if we would like to hear it. Would anybody like to hold this item? Adam, you'd like to hold it? Okay, so held. The next is PB 16.10, 1196 to 1204 Yonge Street and 1206 to 1210 Yonge Street, alterations to and the demolition of heritage attributes at designated heritage properties at 1206 to 1210 Yonge Street, demolition of a heritage property at 1196 to 1204 Yonge Street, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. There is a presentation from Heritage Planning staff available if the board would like to hear it. There's confidential information attached to this item, and if members have questions on this information, it should be meet in closed session. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would anybody like to move the item? You'd like to hold the item? Sorry, I can't hear you.
You cut out there for a moment. Was this the 1204 Young one?
This is 1196 to 1204 Yonge
Yep,
Street.
I will hold that item. Thank you.
Okay. We are now on to PB 16.11, 64 Woodlawn Avenue West, refusal of repeal of designating bylaw under Section 32 of the Ontario Heritage Act and proposed amendment to designating bylaw under Part 4, Section 30.1 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There are public speakers registered on this item, so it will be held in the chair's name. Next is PB 16.12. 36 to 42 Maitland Street, alterations to heritage properties, demolition of attributes, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. There are public speakers registered on this item, so it will be held. Next is PB 16.13, 68 Wellesley Street East, refusal of application for alterations to designated heritage properties under Part 4, Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There's a presentation from planning staff, and we have speakers registered on this item, so it will be held. Next is PB 16.14, 650, inclusive of 650A and 652, and 664 Yonge Street, alterations to heritage properties, demolition of heritage attributes, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. There is a presentation from Heritage staff available on this item, as well as speakers, so it will be held. Next is PB 16.15, update on the city's implementation of Bill 23. There's a presentation from Heritage Planning staff. And now we have new business. There's item PB 16.16. 374, 376, and 378 Yonge Street, approval of alterations, approval of application for alteration to designated heritage properties. I have submitted a letter with recommendations that the board introduce and consider this report at today's meeting. Are there any questions or discussion? All those in favor of introducing the new item? Accepted. Thank you very much. So now we will go back to our first held item, PB 16.1.
Good morning. I will present this item. My name is Gary Miedema, and I'm a project manager with Heritage Planning, and I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. Thank you, Emma. Okay. First, I'd like to recognize the work of Liz McFarland and Lindsay Parsons to help pull together this listing report and the research associated with it. This report recommends that City Council include 13 properties on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register for their cultural heritage value and interest. The 13 properties recommended for inclusion include 3 properties on Elm Street between Yonge and Bay Streets, and 10 properties on River Street north of Queen Street East. Next slide, please. We'll start with a contextual slide for each cluster of properties. So here we're looking east on Elm Street. So you can see these properties are on the south west corner of Yonge and Elm Street. The properties at 346 Yonge Street, 7 Elm Street, and 13 Elm Street hold contextual value as part of a significant collection of diverse 19th century buildings, representative of an early period of land development within the city's historically significant St. John's Ward. The properties contribute to the unique character of Elm Street. And now we'll look at each property. Next slide, please. So constructed pre-1889, the property at 346 Yonge Street including the entrance addresses 1, 3, and 5 Elm Street, has design value as an example of a second Empire-style mixed-use building. And to clarify here, as the report indicates, staff are interested in attributes associated with 1, 3, and 5 Elm, and not the facade facing Yonge Street. The primary address for the property is 346 Yonge Street, which is why this can be a little confusing. Next slide. Constructed in 1866, the property at 7 Elm Street has design value as an example of a Georgian revival row house form building. For the last 65 years, the subject property has been directly associated with the Barbarian Steakhouse, a legendary family-owned restaurant in the city. We've had a number of conversations with Mr. Barbarian. I believe he's here to speak today as well. Next slide, please. Constructed in 1896, the property at 13 Elm Street, its design value is a representative example of a Georgian revival style house form building. The storefront at street level was likely added post-1920, reflecting the transition of Elm Street from a residential to mixed-use streetscape. Next slide. Now we'll move to River Street. And there we have, again, a contextual photo showing all of the buildings together. The properties at 34 to 52 River Street are a collection of late 19th century semi-detached dwellings that reflect the area's earliest period of residential subdivision and development. The properties are further connected to the Treffin Court Urban Renewal Project, 1965 to 1972, one of the earliest participatory planning processes in the City of Toronto, which resulted in the retention of many of the area's existing homes, which were earlier proposed for demolition. And now we'll look at each of the dwellings. Next slide, please. So on the south end of this row of contiguous buildings, constructed circa 1890, the properties at 34 and 36 River Street hold design value as a pair of bay and gable semi-detached house form buildings. Next slide. So working our way up the street, these were constructed pre-1891 and hold design value as semi-detached house form buildings designed in the Romanesque revival style. Next slide. Constructed pre-1889, the properties at 42 and 44 River Street are a pair of bay and gable semi-detached house form buildings. These have experienced alterations, but they continue to hold historical associative value related to Treffin Court, as well as contextual value. Next slide, please. Constructed pre-1889, the properties again are a pair of bay and gable detached house form buildings, semi-detached house form buildings that hold historical associative value related to Treffin Court, and again, as well as contextual value. And the final pair, next slide. Constructed pre-1889, the properties at 50 and 52 River Street hold design value as a pair of bay and gable semi-detached house form buildings. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker registered on this item, Mr. Barbarian.
Hi, I'm Aaron Barbarian.
Nice. I'm just going to remind you, just because you're our first speaker of the day, you have 5 minutes, and then I cut you off.
I'm aware.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to this matter because although I have great respect for what you do and a great respect for Gary, I think that they were unaware that this matter has been before the Preservation Board before, about 35 years ago, and it was determined that our property does not hold significant historical value. And the work of Scott James at the time, the managing director, can be found in the archives, and I'm sure that they'll bring that to your attention. So we've been here before, and we've had scholarship done on this property, and just the fact that it is its built form looks like what it looks. It's quite a Potemkin building. A lot of what you see was my father's invention. It was a great idea. We were trying to promote a restaurant, and a lot of the brickwork is actually been replaced. It's not real. The windows and the forms are not real. Most of the bricks, like I said, has been replaced. It's almost like Plutarch. You know, when you replace enough of the ship, is it still the ship? It's not what you think it is. And if we go forward with this process, the work that was done back in 1990 will be shown to be accurate. and not reflect on what 7 Elm Street is. And I know Gary's well aware of it. I think what we have here is a little bit of a drive-by Google Street View look of what it is, and that is false. Now, what is may be historical to the property is our restaurant. Frankly, we're a pretty famous restaurant, the oldest restaurant in the city, and unfortunately, we will fail at some point. We will go away, and the city might end up putting up a little, faux bronze plaque like they do, because we all have memories of what the city was like. I miss the Red Rockets. I miss going to Maple Leaf Gardens. I miss Sam the Record Man. There are a lot of historical things that I think that should be preserved. But this 1.5-story brick facade, once again, which has been highly modified, and most of the brick has been replaced over the years, isn't what you think it is. And like I said, I'd like you guys to respect the work of the Preservation Committee, the June 21st meeting in 1990, and keep that recommendation in force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Barbarian? Adam.
Mr. Barbarian, I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Preservation Panel. I've extensively researched your building. My article is available on the Architecture Conservancy. There are numerous associative values with your property going back to the 1860s, including Ambrose Kent, a very prominent merchant on Yonge Street, and a number of very prominent architects that had their offices there in the early 20th century, including Eric Arthur. It's a very significant building on Elm Street. I'm very familiar with the history. I would very much appreciate if you could share any information about the alterations to the street facade, but it does meet multiple criteria extending beyond just the streetscape, the wall facing the street.
Thank you.
And the report,
the
report from 1990 does not include the information regarding the associative value.
Thanks. Remember that we're asking some questions.
Not so.
The question was if you could kindly share anything he had regarding the alterations to the streetscape. Thank you.
Perfect.
I will. And it actually has been shared, and Gary has some of the documents. But to that end, it was Arthur Erickson, and I mean, it was actually the architect was Anthony Adamson, who actually was working in the office at the time, that removed the facade and put glass block in. And it's since been replaced. So the window forms that you see on the second floor above 9 Elm Street are not real. They are synthetic. It is a fiction of my family, and that is true. The streetscape there's less than 30% of the original form that's actually original.
Thank you. Are there other questions of Mr. Barbarian? Seeing none, thank you so very much for your time and speaking to us today. We're moving on to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Adam?
Okay. For context, I've been researching the history of Elm Street for several years. I'd like a bit of clarification about why 346 Yonge's facade was not included. And Madam Chair, I would like permission very briefly to share a photo showing what's underneath the cladding on that facade. It is an 1850s Second Empire building that's intact.
Let's take it one question at a time.
Yeah.
Because I think if we're sharing, then we're having a discussion amongst ourselves rather than a question.
Okay, I'm happy to wait for that point.
Thank you very much. Gary.
Remembering the second piece on 346 Yonge. So 346 Yonge, we've looked back also through the records, and the facade of that building has been entirely changed, I think, going back to the 1950s. So there is very little except perhaps the mansard roof and some dormers that remain on the front of that building. So that's why we're not interested in 346 Yonge, in the front of that building.
I have a question. So Mr. Barbarian raised the point this was addressed 30 years ago. What's changed? The second part to that question is, this is just for a listing, so it would have a more intensive evaluation should it move to designation. Perhaps a little. Could you comment, please?
Absolutely, and it's a rare pleasure to be able to have an owner who was with the property 35 years ago. So thank you, Mr. Barbarian, for raising that previous decision. So we did go back. We had a look at the TPB records. And what was clear to us, first of all, is that the criteria that we are now working under were established in 2005 by the Ontario Heritage Act. And back in the 1990s, they were particularly interested in the design value, in the architecture of the building. We have, I think, we've looked carefully at our decision making. We believe that some of the alterations that have taken place to the building are associated with Eric Arthur and his firm from the 1930s, and maybe associated with the restaurant itself, which I think, we certainly think has historical associative value. And given that this is a listing, this is also a rare 1866 Georgian row house. There's not that many left. And I think in the 1990s, the consideration was made that perhaps there were more of these in the city at that time, which would make some sense. And I think we are willing to accept that the integrity of these buildings after that length of time and on a street that has changed from residential to commercial, that there will be alterations. So the storefront we're well aware of, and the alterations on the second floor of 9, which were made through, I think in 1938 by Eric Arthur's firm. So we've carefully considered it with respect for Mr. Barbarian and the comments that he brought to us, very helpful. And we think that this continues to merit listing.
I see that you've got your hand raised, Mr. Barbarian, but unfortunately, this is not the venue or the place where we can have that type of back and forth. And so I would suggest you continue a conversation with staff as we consider the report before us.
And we'll be happy to do that.
Are there other questions of staff? Adam.
Hi, Gary. The 1896 date for number 13. I have found an 1867 date. I'm curious where the 1897 date came from. It is quite interesting, especially the stonework around those windows.
Mm-hmm. We did well when going back to the TPB or the Toronto Historical Board records of the 1990s and looking at those records, they had an 1896 date, and when we tracked it down, we believed it to be the same.
It's interesting. The massing is more Georgian if we put it towards the mid 19th century rather than the late 19th century. But happy to I have all the associative research for that site back to the 1860s. Happy to make it available for you as well.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Are there other questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion amongst ourselves. Adam, you wanted to share a picture. You will be given presentation.
Yes, bear with me one moment while I pull this up again. There's actually 2. I want to show a photo of what it looks like under the cladding now and what it looked like in the 1950s to give some sense of how this young street has evolved. Oh, I'm sorry, I turned her off by accident. This photo was provided to me by a researcher at ERA. This shows what's underneath the cladding and the scaffolding right now. We do have a very early Second Empire building. You can see it's been hidden under there for close to 70 years. The street wall on Elm connecting to the Elm addresses is intact for the Second Empire massing. The second floor is covered with a stucco-like material right now, and the ground floor has had the typical Yonge Street alterations. I do have another photo from the 1950s here. This is showing in the 1950s that very altered storefront, again reflective of the changes over Yonge Street over time. That top floor and that's for over 70 years. I would argue there is enough left of that building. If you consider the street wall on Elm, that the corner facing Yonge as well should be included. That is also the earlier part of the building. It dates to the 1850s. The Yonge addition or the Elm additions date to the mid 1870s. So thank you.
Thanks. I think that's interesting. Like it's useful sort of context, and I think I'll open it up to other sort of discussion or comment amongst the board before I offer anything. We have, so then my only comment on that one would be 346 Yonge is still listed, and it's just at this point listed, it's met one criteria. So there would have to be further research to make it onto designation. So I don't think we're in any danger of not having sort of explored it, because there's another stage to this process still to come, where that information, Adam, as you've already said with Gary, that you would share and would be useful to them as they explore more.
Mm-hmm. I also have a follow-up question. I apologize, Madam Chair, if this is better directed to staff. We've been waiting several years for these to be listed on the Heritage Register. The nominations were submitted quite some time ago. why now? Is there something that might be coming down the turnpike at us, both for the River Street? I understand a former heritage planner submitted the ones for River Street. I had submitted some for the Elm Street. Why now are we seeing these brought forward? Is there something coming for these sites?
I'm not sure. That certainly would be a question of staff. I will turn it back to
I see Tamara's just
Tamara.
turned her camera on.
Yes, I will say that, just as we sort of go through, what we have before us, though, on our item is, the inclusion of these property on the heritage register, the register, and that's as much as we need to consider everything forward. It's also irrespective of anything else going on. The matter before us is in this focus. So if you'd like to ask the why now, we can absolutely open it up to it. But I also think it's sort of a useful way to frame it, that what is before us.
Madam Chair, I would respectively like to ask that of staff. There's
course.
230 nominations I've submitted. I'm curious why some get prioritized and some don't. So thank you.
So we'll allow, yes, Tamara, if you don't mind.
I would say there's no particular reason. The opportunity for us continues to be that we anticipate that there will be development on these streets, but it is a whole variety of factors. So nothing
you.
particular for you to concern yourself about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Are there further discussions amongst ourselves? Seeing none, would anybody like to move the recommendations in the staff report? I'll move. Jeff moves in the recommendations. All those in favor, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to PB 16.2, as I just move up my script. So we have this has been withdrawn by the applicant. So we don't per se have a presentation from staff, but you have a question of staff that you can ask at this time, Adam.
Yep. Respectively through Madam Chair to the staff, our panel had a very detailed discussion about this item. There are numerous designated buildings through the City of Toronto that panel members have flagged regarding alterations done without permits. We are very curious why this specific property generated a report of this nature and why many others do not.
Through the chair, there are, as you say, there are numerous properties which we are dealing with where works have taken place. Each one of those properties has to be dealt with individually, and they have individual circumstances. So this is one we were bringing forward at this time, just because of the circumstances of this particular case. We have been working with the owners of this property, and this one has now been withdrawn, and we will still work with the owners of this property. With regard to those other ones, we will bring forward applications as needed to the TPB for their advice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion to withdraw this application. So I'm moving the board to withdraw item PB 16.2 from the agenda, as the original application has been withdrawn by the applicant. Do we have any discussion on this? Seeing none, I have moved it. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Motion carries and the item is withdrawn. Moving on now to PB 16.5. 111 and 115 Berkeley Street, notice of intention to designate. There is a staff report on this item that we can hear if we so choose. Do my fellow members wish to hear the staff report? Yes, thank you very much. And Liz is presenting on this one?
She is. It's Tamara through the chair. I just wanted to say that we have the experts also for the project itself, which may lead to duplication. So I was actually going to suggest if we held off our presentation, just because I think we have 3 speakers for this item, and it with whether that was a consideration that you would like to do. Otherwise, we would be looking at about 20 minutes for this item.
I think that's okay with me. If our speakers, do they have a presentation then? They don't mind unmuting. I've got Gabriel from Architects and Vanessa Hicks from MHBC.
No, we don't have a presentation. We're just speaking to it.
You're just speaking to it? Okay.
We'll be fast.
You have 5 minutes, so there we go.
Oh, we can start. Okay.
Yes, yeah. If my fellow members are okay, why don't we have this presentation or this first, and then we can see what's needed afterwards.
Okay. My name's Gabriel Diano. I'm an architect with Sweeney & Co. Architects. I'm here with Pedro Garcia, one of the project managers on the project. We just wanted to say that we're in support of this designation. Since day one, our application, our development permit application, has considered retaining these heritage properties. And we look forward when it comes to building permit time to be bringing the heritage permit to this board. So thank you.
Fantastic. Are there any questions of our speaker? Adam.
Two very brief questions. Could you speak at all about what your application entails? I was trying to find a bit more information. I believe it might be some 35-story building. There's conflicting information out there. If you could speak at all to that. And number two is more of a comment of when you do get the heritage permits, I hope staff and your firm could work together to try and match some of the mismatched bricks on the front of the 1845 building that have been patched together over the past 100 years or so. Thank you.
I'll answer the last point first. Absolutely. The owners of this property, they actually own a lot of heritage properties within this area. They're long-term holds. They want to retain these buildings and conserve them for their current use. In terms of the development application, it's with the city right now. We are in the process of doing a resubmission, and we're working with, I believe our planner is Tiffany, so she can provide more information. But this development, it plans for purpose-built rental, a very needed thing in the city. Mm-hmm. And as I said at the beginning of my comments, our plan is to retain these buildings fully.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions of our speaker? Seeing none, do we have questions of staff? Are there, and I have two other speakers registered on the item. My apologies. Do either, are you all together? Because sometimes we'll have multiple speakers registered. So I just want to make sure that I've given all their due. I see your hand, Jeff, but I'm going to sort out my speakers first and make sure I'm not rude. So does either Pedro or Vanessa, are you speaking today? And if so, we can, Vanessa.
Hi there, and yeah, I guess we are sort of together only when we're doing this virtually. It's kind of hard to, do that together. We're not actually physically together. So this will take less than 30 seconds. I just wanted to introduce myself. Friendly say hi. I'm a heritage planner working with MHBC. I'm working on this project, and I have close eyes on this. And I just wanted to introduce myself, saying that we're in favor of this designation, and we'll be working with staff as it relates to any future heritage permit application. So I'll be seeing you again soon, and I just wanted to thank you all for letting us be here today.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Vanessa? Seeing none, and then I'm just going to confirm that Pedro, your colleague Gabriel, are you speaking, sir? Thinking not. I'm going to make that assumption.
Yeah,
do we
I'm
have
not speaking now. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Nice to hear. You have 5 minutes.
I was just saying that I'm not going to speak. Just what Gabriel said. It's what we're going to say. So.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Pedro? Seeing none, now do we have questions of staff? Seeing none, we have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody care to move the recommendation? Jeff, did you have a point of discussion? My apologies.
Yeah, I think we going a little off here. I think we need to have the staff presentation so that there's something to then consider the comments from the industry people.
So heard. So if we'd like the staff presentation, we can certainly do that. The hope was that the materials are that we've read and can ask staff, but if we need some further, we can absolutely move to that. So a little bit unorthodox in our order for this item, but we will get back on track. Liz, thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm Liz McFarland, Heritage Planner on the Policy and Research Team in City Planning. I'm presenting on this item 111 and 115 Berkeley Street, Notice of Intention to Designate a Property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Slide, please. The subject properties at 111 and 115 Berkeley Street anchor the southeast corner of Berkeley and Richmond Street East within the King Parliament community. The properties straddle the eastern boundary of the Old Town of York, established in 1793, the historic St. Lawrence neighborhood, and the Heritage Conservation District to the south, that is also named St. Lawrence HCD, and the Garden District HCD to the north, and Corktown to the east. The property at 111 Berkeley contains a 2.5-story semi-detached house form building built in 1881. The abutting property at 115 Berkeley, known historically as the Sheldon Ward House, contains a pre-Confederation era single-family dwelling completed in 1845. Both properties were listed on as part of the City of Toronto's inaugural collection of heritage inventory properties, adopted by City Council on June 20th, 1973. Following research and evaluation, it's been determined that the subject properties meet Ontario Regulation 906, the criteria prescribed for municipal designation under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act for their design, associative, and contextual value. Slide, please. According to the 1858 Bolton Plan, an 1842 dwelling that had earlier fronted the east side of Berkeley Street was removed, and a new brick dwelling is illustrated anchoring the southeast corner of Berkeley Street and Richmond Street East, which was then known as Duchess Street. According to land registry records, the subject property was purchased by a Sheldon Ward in 1844 for £20, and prior to this, Irish-born brick mason and builder Sheldon Ward lived in Eglinton since his marriage to Anne Heron in 1827. And by 1845, the Wards moved into their newly built Georgian-style residence on Berkeley Street. Unfortunately, Sheldon Ward died only months later in 1845 on July 10th, and as a result of a construction accident. However, various members of his family continued to occupy the home through the 19th century. The Godes map for 1884 that you see on the right shows that in 1881, the abutting property at 111 Berkeley Street, and then known as 111 and 113 Berkeley, is now built directly south of the Sheldon Ward House. We also see here that the Sheldon Ward House remains, but is now divided internally into two dwellings. And by the end of the decade, the rest of the block that we see here of Berkeley between Richmond and Adelaide is now filled in and would be filled in even further actually with the next fire insurance plan with Victorian house form buildings. Next slide, please. Here we see a current photo showing the principal west elevations of the abutting properties at 111 and 115 Berkeley. The grand early Victorian era brick dwelling at 111 incorporates, at 115 Berkeley incorporates Georgian elements that were also still fashionable in Toronto in 1845. Defining features include a center hall plan, a centered main entrance with symmetrical organization of window openings to either side, of the main entrance, and decorative dichromatic brickwork with buff-colored coining, brick headers above the window openings on the principal west elevation, and string courses around all 4 elevations. The roof gables with round arched attic windows and decorative wooden barge boards on the principal west elevation suggest a possible 1880s quote-unquote update to the original building roof line to better reflect all of those new dwellings being built on the block at the end of the 19th century that displayed the late 19th century high Victorian taste, if you will, for Toronto for the Bay and Gable type, semi-detached residential architecture with Gothic revival style detailing. So the 2.5-story semi-detached house form building next door at 111 Berkeley Street is one of those quintessential Bay and Gable types in Toronto and is valued as a fine example of that typology. The mirrored organization of the principal west elevations with the raised main entrance openings on the inner bay and single-story gable in the outer bay are characteristic of the type. Again, built in 1881, the property contains well-executed defining features of Gothic revival styling, including the steeply pitched roof gables containing attic windows and decorative wooden barge boards, dichromatic brickwork, and double singlet openings at the second-story level on the principal west elevation. Slide, please. So the impressive condition of these 2 properties was actually the result of a deliberate effort by their owners in the early 70s to restore their former glory from their state that's shown in the archival photo at left. From the 1930s through the 60s, the properties had seen quite a turnover of owners, occupants, and uses, including as a boarding house, a synagogue, and a war veterans co-op store. As part of the early 1970s restoration effort of then owner Armatex Investments, which included the architectural firm of Armstrong and Molesworth, all paint overcladding was removed to reveal their dichromatic brickwork again, and the small wooden covered porches surrounding the openings at 111, which was actually 113 back then, were removed. Aside from this, new front stairs were added to the main entrances at both properties and the front yard area paved with concrete pavers. Otherwise, alterations were mainly focused on the interiors to suit the needs of subsequent tenants. The arrangement and size of all original openings at both properties were maintained, and previously infilled windows at the basement level at 115 even reopened and glazed. It's interesting to note that Toronto architect and local heritage preservation advocate Joan Burt owned the property now known as 111 Berkeley between 1970 and 1972, before it is granted to Armatex Investments. Burt firmly believed in the merit of conserving historic house form buildings for modern live-work space. In the years prior, she had restored a 19th century workers' terrace on Belmont Street, just west of Yonge Street in the historic village of Yorkville, followed in 1969 by her involvement in saving and restoring the significant heritage row of 19th century workers' cottages just south of here, 1 block south at 55 to 79 Berkeley Street. While Burt may not be the architectural designer at these subject properties, it's not surprising to see her name appear in the historical record at the same moment of their restoration. Slide, please. Here we see at the left, the most distinctive Georgian feature uncovered at 115 Berkeley, with the removal of the paint overcladding, the north elevation with its projecting buff-colored brickwork, alluding to a grand chimney flue, and framing 3 stacked windows, the topmost round arched opening. At the right in this slide, we see the 1886 row comprising 4 Bay and Gable type dwellings with Gothic revival detailing at 106 to 112 Berkeley Street. Along with 111 and 115, these properties serve to frame the portion of historic Berkeley Street just south of Richmond. Slide, please. Contextually, the properties at 111 and 115 Berkeley Street define, maintain, and support this historic character of the area as it represents the 19th century residential development of the neighborhood and form part of a significant broader collection of surviving mid to late 19th century residential and commercial buildings located between King and Richmond along both sides of historic Berkeley. And several of those are shown here, including, again, at top left, we see 106 to 112 directly across the street. Just below that, at left, we see 72 to 78 Berkeley Street that are designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, as well as in the top right corner, that is the Christie and Brown Company Stables building at 93 Berkeley Street. And last but not least, again, that is an image of 55 to 79 Berkeley, the workers' cottages that were restored several years before our subject properties by Toronto architect Joan Bird. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions of staff? Seeing none, do we have discussion amongst ourselves? Seeing none, we have a staff report before us with recommendations. Would anybody like to move the recommendations in that report? Adam, all those in favor? So carried. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, sorry.
I did not catch who actually moved the motion.
Oh, Adam.
Adam, thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, so we're moving on to the next, and I'm going to turn this over to Paul to helm the ship, and I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, this is PB 16.6, 294, 306, and 318 Lawrence Avenue East, and 101 Mildenhall Road. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have a presentation. Do the members wish to hear the presentation? Adam, you'd like to hear the presentation? Okay. Who from staff is presenting?
I am. I'm Anna Martins, a heritage planner.
Hi, Anna.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a heritage planner on the policy and research team, and I'll be presenting on item PB 16.6, 294, 306, 318 Lawrence Avenue East, and 101 Mildenhall Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I also, at this point, want to acknowledge that the report was co-authored by myself and my colleague, Megan Albinger. Next slide, please. The subject properties are located on the north side of Lawrence Avenue East, between Mildenhall Road and Bayview Avenue, in the Bridle Path Sunnybrook York Mills neighborhood in North York. The natural features of the Don River watershed form a significant part of the subject site, stretching across its entire northern portion, with the West Don River forming its northern boundary. The spatial organization of the subject properties is a direct result of the site's natural landforms, which include ravine lands, sloping tableland, and flatland adjacent to the roadway. Next slide, please. The subject properties belong to a larger ensemble of buildings forming the Toronto French School campus, founded in 1962 as the first secular bilingual school in Toronto and one of the earliest in Canada. The Toronto French Schools Association with the subject site began in 1969 with the commission of a building at 101 Mildenhall Road to be its first purpose-built facility, and in the 1980s acquired the adjacent properties at 294, 306, and 318 Lawrence Avenue East, amalgamating the entire property into a single campus. The ensemble of built structures on the subject site includes 3 original estate houses at 294, 306, and 318 Lawrence Avenue East, designed as a unified composition in 1923 in period revival styles. The estate houses form part of a broader collection of estates constructed between 1920 and 1940 in proximity to Bayview and Lawrence Avenues. The ensemble, including the built forms and ecological features, constitutes a cultural heritage landscape, united through the property's use for recreation and retreat throughout the last century. Next slide, please. 101 Mildenhall Road has design and physical value as a representative example of an educational building designed to respond to its natural ravine context. and is distinguished by its modern style in its material palette, restrained detailing, and horizontal emphasis. Designed in 1969, the building's irregular U-shaped massing, adjusted to respond to its site on the flatland and bank of the Don River Valley, offered classrooms a direct view of the ravine, a design intent strongly influenced by pedagogical theories of the time, which sought to increase the connection between students and the natural environment. Next slide, please. Constructed in 1923 as the Sifton Estate, the buildings at 294, 306, and 318 Lawrence Avenue East have design value as representative examples of the country estate typology constructed near Bayview Avenue in North York in the early 20th century. These estates featured architect-designed buildings in period revival styles and a site plan that responded to their natural topography through their placement, outbuildings, forecourts, rear terraces, and lawns. Designed by the architectural firm McGiffin and Smith, the three buildings share a generous setback and incorporate elements of period revival styles, principally Tudor and Queen Anne revival. Later additions to the buildings maintained a sensitivity to the adjacent West Don River ravine, which was first established by the original scheme. The buildings are also a rare example of the use of fire-rated materials in residential construction. The properties display a high degree of artistic merit as a unified composition of buildings carefully placed within a landscape. All three buildings incorporate elements of period revival styles, but feature unique interpretations of their architectural details that distinguish each other from the others and create a hierarchy. Although some of the original design elements in landscaping have been lost through later modifications to the site, the relationship of the buildings to each other is maintained through a shared material palette and architectural language. All four properties are valued for their direct association to the Toronto French School, founded in 1962. TFS was the first non-denominational bilingual school in Toronto and amongst the earliest examples of French immersion education in Canada. The establishment of a secular bilingual curriculum by TFS in the early 1960s is connected to the broader theme related to Canada's official policies on bilingualism and multiculturalism, solidified through the adoption of the first Federal Official Languages Act in 1969. Next slide, please. The properties yield information that contributes to an understanding of the evolution of the West Don River watershed. They have the potential to contribute to the understanding of pre-colonial Indigenous culture due to their location adjacent to the Don River system. The placement of the buildings within the larger site, including their deep setback from the street and relationship to the West Don River ravine landscape, is characteristic of this collection of estate houses that represent a particular development in the newly incorporated township of North York, as it was undergoing transformation from its 19th century origins. Moreover, the subject properties contribute to an understanding of the evolution of this area through their adaptive reuse by large institutions, which have taken stewardship of several of the former estates in proximity to the West Don River near Bayview and Lawrence Avenues. As a former estate located along the West Don River watershed, the properties are also historically linked to other grand estates in the area by an interconnected horse riding trail known as the Bridle Path. The ensemble, including the built forms and ecological features, constitute a cultural heritage landscape united through the property's use for recreation and retreat since its development in 1923. And that is my presentation for today. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Anna. We have no speakers on the item, so do we have questions of staff? Adam.
I'll let Alex go first, and then I'll ask my question after Alex.
Okay, through the chair, I guess my question to staff is, why are the three Sifton houses on Lawrence Avenue not given the criteria of landmark? I can see why the one on Mildenhall Road is not, but the three old Sifton houses are very prominent. I mean, I live in the neighborhood, and I think everyone who goes by them notices them. I was curious why they were not considered for landmark status. Maybe it's because already they meet 6 of the 9 criteria. I just appreciate hearing staff reasoning in this regard.
Through the chair, thank you very much for your question. It's a very good question and one that staff did look into. We also received a cultural heritage evaluation report submitted by SBA And I should say that they did not identify it as a landmark either. You're correct in saying that the property is in very close proximity to two major avenues, so Bayview and Lawrence. It's on a corner site, although it has a low rise or low scale massing, very similar to the other built forms on the streetscape. So it doesn't, I would say, stand out from a distance, which would, for example, looking at other institutional buildings such as Upper Canada College with the tower, it's a very prominent, noticeable site from a distance. I would also say that in our historical research, the buildings, the three houses were set back and were in a way separated from the streetscape through hedging or some greenery that we can see from aerial photos of the time. So there was the intention for them not to be exposed from the streetscape, but through its historical evolution, adaptive reuse over a period of time, many decades, it's now much more exposed. But it would say it is in close proximity to two major streets, but we did not identify it as a prominent landmark, a prominent site.
Thank you. And through the chair, I guess I would disagree with you on the lack of that status, because they are certainly very obvious from Lawrence Avenue. I mean, I go by them regularly, and Lawrence Avenue is basically low-rise residential, and suddenly you see these three monstrous houses in their setting at the Toronto French School, and they certainly stand out. But I'm interested in your logic. I think perhaps it should be reconsidered, but that's just my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Adam?
Yes, thank you. Bear with me one moment. Just grab my notes here. So the architect McGiffin, Robert McGiffin is quite an interesting architect. Not too much of his portfolio has survived, and this is more of an aside comment, not to go too far away from this, but there is an outstanding nomination for another of his works in the downtown core that share stylistic similarities. And I just want to note that the report for the Sifton Estate mirrors many of the criteria that would be met with 417 Bloor Street West, with World War I connection, and the stylistic similarities are quite mirrored, only on a smaller scale with the Bloor Street property. So I encourage staff to examine that as well. Thank you.
Was there a question to follow up on that, Adam?
I know I'll get shot down, but I would appreciate an update on that nomination, but I'll follow up with staff directly by email.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, any discussion amongst ourselves? Okay. I have a staff report before me. Does anyone wish to move the adoption of the staff report? Alex? Okay. This will be a recorded vote, so I'd ask that you hold up your hand and I will read off the people that I see voting. All those in favor? Okay, so I see Adam, Alex, Jeff, Katrina, Karush, Matthew, and Wendy, and myself. So that's unanimous. The motion is carried. And I will turn it back to our chair.
Hello. Marvelous. Moving on now to PB 16.7.
Good morning again. It's Gary Miedema. I'll be presenting this listing report. Thank you, Emma, for posting up. So I'll first clarify that typically we'll have one listing report with all the properties moving forward coming to the TPB per session. I think in this case, we had the previous listing report was deferred from the last meeting. So the idea is that we have a single listed report with grouped properties within it. This property brings forward 3 buildings, and we'll dive right in. And I'll thank Lindsay Parsons and Emma Dodens for the research work on these properties. So next slide, please. So this is the property at 134 Carlton Street. You can see Allen Gardens directly to the south. And this property was constructed in 1926, and it's known as Laverne Apartments, and it holds design and physical value as a representative example of an early 20th century walk-up apartment building in the Georgian Revival style. Subject property is also associated with Baldwin and Green architects and engineers. Next slide. 50 Richmond Street East, between Victoria and Church, on the north side of the street, as depicted in the map. Constructed circa 1912, the subject property holds design and physical value as a representative example of an early 20th century factory warehouse type building with Edwardian classical detailing. Subject property is also associated with Leon S. Yawlis, an architect who practiced in Toronto from 1910 to 1916 before forming Yawlis and Rottenberg Contractors. And the next slide. This is a property at 860 Richmond Street West. Queen Street is directly above, and you can see the corner of Trinity Bellwoods Park. Constructed in 1913, the property holds design and physical value as a representative example of an early 20th century factory warehouse type building with Edwardian classical detailing. Property also supports and maintains the mixed industrial and working class residential character of its neighborhood and is physically, visually, and historically linked to its surroundings. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. These, as was noted before, these presentations are useful. We make our determination based upon the staff reports that we've all read in advance, but it's sometimes nice to get this refresher. And that's why I'll often say it's ask about whether we want to hear it. I just recognize we're still getting our sea legs, so I thought I'd make that clarification. So thank you very much, Gary. We have one speaker on this item. We have Philip Evans from ERA Architects. Are you ready to go? Mr. Evans? Matthew, is Mr. Evans around and available?
I'm just taking a look. I don't see him in the list here. We don't have anyone in a lobby.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to questions of staff, and hopefully if he wants to be connected, he can get connected. Do we have questions of staff at this time? Adam.
Through the chair, Mr. Evans' letters discuss that ERA has been working with Heritage Planning regarding these pre-war apartment buildings. I would be interested in hearing a bit more about that work. I know there may be limitations with confidentiality around that project, but anything that staff can share about this, and I do want to note that this potentially has great applicability for this district. Personally, I've nominated at least 15 or 20 of these pre-war apartments for heritage status. It's really great to see innovative reuse of this typology. So I'm very interested in hearing more about what work is referenced in Philip's letters that staff been working on with him.
Through the chair, we really can't comment on the plans that ERA may have. So unfortunately, Philip wasn't here, but we can't really add anything there.
Yeah. And through the chair, just a follow-up comment. I do want to just reiterate that this property is 100 meters. This is based on the email I've sent out previously, 100 meters from Homewood Avenue, which has no heritage protection, which has similar typology, and which I very much encourage the city to do a heritage review on, along with the listed properties in vicinity to this, which are quite significant. Thank you.
I'm not sure there was a question in there, Adam, but I think it's sort of noted and marked. I've just got a note that Mr. Evans has withdrawn his request to speak, so thank you to staff for that note. Do we have any other questions of Gary at this time? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst ourselves? Seeing none, we have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody care to move the recommendations in the report? Adam does. All those in favor, please. The motion carries. Thank you very much. So as I noted at our agenda review, PB 16.8 has a confidential attachment. So we're going to just sort of put a pause on that one until later in the meeting, and we'll so that we only have to move into closed session potentially once. So now moving on to PB 15.9, 171 Lowther Avenue. We have a presentation from staff. Would my fellow members care to hear the presentation? Adam would. Thank you very much. Did I see Erin?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Over to you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. My name is Erin Smith. I'm with Heritage Planning, and I'll be presenting PB 16.9, alterations to a designated heritage property at 171 Lowther Avenue, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Next slide, please. This slide is showing the subject property located at 171 Lowther Avenue. It's situated on the south side of Lowther Avenue, west of Walmer Road. Next slide, please. This slide shows the principal elevation of the property. It's individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and it's a representative example of an early 20th century residential structure, blending elements of the Queen Anne Revival and Edwardian classicism styles. Next slide, please. The slide shows images of the east and west elevations of the designated heritage property. Next slide, please. This slide is showing a rendering of the proposed project. A heritage permit application has been submitted in conjunction with planning applications for the redevelopment, which proposes an 11-story residential building with a 3-story base, which incorporates the heritage building at 171 Lowther Avenue. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed site plan with the retained heritage building in the upper right-hand corner in a darker shaded gray. The new construction connects to the southwest corner of the building. The front half of the heritage building will be retained in situ, and the latter half is proposed to be dismantled and reconstructed to accommodate for the excavation and underground construction. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed north elevation with the new construction adjacent and behind. Next slide, please. This slide shows a section showing the west elevation with an approximate 10.7 meter step back from the face of the heritage building, with no projections within the step back. The portion that's highlighted in blue, there's a dashed outline. This is the portion that's proposed to be dismantled and reconstructed. The front portion of the building is what conserves in situ the identified heritage attributes on this particular elevation, including the circular window and the northern chimney. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed east elevation, again with the portion of the building to be reconstructed shown in the dashed blue outline, and the front portion of the building, which conserves in situ the identified heritage attributes on this elevation, which includes the projecting bay window. Next slide, please. This final slide shows the interior section of the retained heritage building. The interior floor plates of the second story will be reinstated, and the roof will be reconstructed as per archival documentation. The heritage building is proposed to be reused as a residential unit on the ground floor, with amenity space proposed for the second floor. The exterior of the building is proposed to be subject to rehabilitation strategies that would be secured in a future conservation plan. Staff are recommending approval of the proposed alterations for the reasons outlined within staff's report, and are of the opinion that the alterations will conserve the heritage value and the attributes of the designated heritage property at 171 Lowther Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin. We have a speaker registered on this item, Ahmad Gattas from GBCA.
Good morning,
Welcome.
members of the board.
5 minutes before I cut you off.
I'll do it in less than that. I want to thank, first of all, Heritage staff, Erin, for the positive report. We're simply here to answer any questions the board may have to myself, because Erin did a pretty good job at introducing the project. So if any questions you may have to me, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. 18 seconds. That was a record. Do we have questions of our speaker? Adam.
I'm going to preface this with I'm looking forward to the discussion among board members. Through the chair, a question of the speaker. Could you walk us through your design inspiration for the contemporary red brick addition surrounding the heritage home on the Lowther elevation and on the Dalton elevation, please?
Ooh, you're asking me to do the role of the of Gabriel Fain, architect here. He's not here, unfortunately, but the proposed design for the new contemporary edition at the base is meant to be a contemporary reinterpretation of some of these architectural styles that is found in the annex. So there's different shapes of gables or different shapes of roof pitches, and that was the idea of bringing this onto the base. So the lower portion shows that with a brick materiality, and it's intended to be contemporary, not to mimic or to reproduce a historic style, but as a kind of playful and contemporary interpretation of that. And then above this, there's a setback with the actual contemporary edition, which is the new building tower component, which is of a different materiality, different color, different texture, etc.
Could we please get the illustration of that street wall on Dalton back up on the screen through staff, please? Thank you. And a second question through Madam Chair to the Speaker. The integration of the roof line with the new building, could you walk us through why that decision was made to put that integration point where it is past the main ridge line on the roof?
I'm sorry, which part exactly are you referring to?
If we go to the first, to the previous point, could we look at the Dalton Road elevation, please? The west elevation. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Keep going.
Sorry, that's the last
Okay, so
slide.
there's a slide missing there showing the Dalton Road elevation. I very much encourage that be displayed on the screen for the board's review. It's very significant in terms of what the speaker's referring to in regards to mimicking annex style and typology. If we could get that, please, it'd be hugely appreciated for the board to see. And regarding the second question through the chair, why was the decision made to retain the heritage building from the point it's being retained? Instead of the peak of the roof, it's set further back, so you have almost a cavity on the south elevation of the building between where the contemporary building rises and where the roof begins, where the peak is, going down towards the south elevation.
So we are building beyond the roof peak, but the retention per se includes only the north elevation and parts of the west and the east due to construction purposes. The roof line will be reconstructed per archival documentation, and the setback of the new building is close to that, is at the ridgeline or behind it. So that was the decision that was made to respect, again, the massing of where the new building will be in relation to the heritage building. We looked at exploring keeping more of the building. It was not feasible due to the constraints on the site, the setback that were required on the south along Dalton Road and onto the east with the neighboring property. So we looked at keeping more, but this was the balance that was achievable on a site like this. The decision that was made.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have
May I share that missing slide, Madam Chair?
do you have a question of it? Or, and
I
is it
do have a
directed
question just to the speaker.
to the speaker? That's
Yes.
just what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I cannot share content. Clerks, please, permissions.
Is it in on our own materials in the
It's in the
report?
materials. If I could direct people to page 26 of the alterations report.
I'll give everybody a few seconds because we'll all have those up and about.
It'd be really great if we could get this up on the screen as well for those perhaps watching live who may not have direct access to the reports.
That's fair. All of the materials are posted well in advance of the meeting, and we have the staff presentation, as I say, as a reminder. But thank you very much.
Through the chair, Mr. Speaker, is this the elevation that was inspired by the annex typologies, just clarifying? With the various gables, window openings, dimensions?
Yeah, it took cues from the different typologies, but also, sorry, from the different types of building, the different roof shapes. It's very, as you can see, it's very diverse. There's different styles. The window openings vary, the brick patterns vary, where they're located in relationship to the face varies. So this was the collage that was made as a playful interpretation of that. So. And I think it's actually quite compelling. It's very different, but it still takes cues from certain elements that were found by the architect to be of particular interest from the historical point of view, such as the materiality, the texture that's being used, and still being contemporary in terms of the window sizes, because there's a need now for more, of course, natural light inside spaces. So we want to make sure that this is of our time, and the roof lines, instead of being exactly like what we see in the annex, we're reinterpreting this in a kind of postmodern contemporary way that is kind of playful. I can anticipate some of that design may change as we go to SPA, but the intent is what you see in front of you.
Through
Thank you
the
very
chair,
much.
Mr. Speaker, I dare say it overwhelms the heritage building, but I'll refrain my
If this
comments
is
till the discussion.
a discussion point,
Thank you.
fantastic. Do we have other questions of our speaker? Yes, Wendy.
Sorry, just a follow-up questions about the design. So I'm concerned about like the newly added the tower, and so what material and in terms of color, can the speaker elaborate about color and material, because this is not, well, I'm not able to imagine how they're going to match with the persuasions. Thank you.
It's a fair question. Through the chair, I suppose I can say that the materiality of the new building component, it could be concrete, it could be metal siding. We don't know yet, and I think the moving into materiality is more of a site plan matter rather than a zoning matter. So there'll be some opportunities at that point to look at texture, materiality of these elements. At this stage, it's mainly about the massing, the shaping, and to get a feel of what's being proposed. The materiality is flexible as we move into the next stage. But I think the idea is to not be brick masonry, so that we have a very clear distinction between the base building, which is meant to address the streetscape with the existing buildings, and the new building, which is clearly meant to be a contemporary intervention.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Yeah, Wendy, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, follow up to the chair actually. So are when we're looking at this kind of proposal, so it's the design that proposing to add on top of the preservation building will be dealt with later. But in my opinion, isn't that the preservations, if that is like deal with like this alternation plan to demolish or anything, shouldn't the new parts also becoming the whole preservation project? So we also consider that, what will coming for the design. And now it seems to me what Mr. Speaker said is like, okay, the material will deal with later, but I'm not going to know what going to happen. Is that going to match with the preservation building? So I just want to have some knowledge about that, Chair.
So what
Thank you.
I think I might do, if you're okay with it, is we will pose a question to staff just to sort of walk us through the process, and then what happens at zoning. Give me a moment, please, sir. At zoning stage, and then thereafter, and what fine tunes, and then the rest of it, we can table for our own discussion and any concerns that you might have. So we'll just put a pin in that question and make sure that I have no more questions of our speaker at this moment. Seeing one more with Adam.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Speaker, could you, and this is bridging to Wendy's question, could you please speak a bit about the inspiration of the Uno Piri related design elements in the mid-rise tower? I understand that some inspiration was drawn from the adjacent Uno Piri building. You had mentioned that the lower levels of the red brick were drawing inspiration from annex typologies from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. I'm curious to hear a bit more about the Uno Piri typology of the mid 20th century with the inspiration for that mid-rise component. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I would say that the fins that are proposed to shape the upper portion where it tapers up to some degree, that takes inspiration from some of the concrete buildings that Pre has done in the 60s that we find in the annex. I don't have the exact building in mind right now, but this was the intent, to be contemporary yet still give a bit of a flavor or a bit of the inspiration taken from there. So like you said, it's there's a bit of a inspired from that mid-rise here.
I understand the building's immediately across the street that it's your inspiration from. Thank you.
If I can ask, like the to Wendy, you raised a fair point about the materiality. Because we're at the zoning stage, there we will be putting much more work into looking at refining some of the details of the building. But the massing is what's being proposed right now in terms of setbacks, height, and all of that. But if the board has any propositions of material they would like to see, we're more than happy to hear them and consider them as we move forward. We're happy to hear them, basically.
Thank you very much. And that might be something that I'm sure that you'll continue to listen to as we have our own discussion on the matter. And that might be sort of the opportune moment for us to raise that. Do we have any other questions of our speaker? Seeing none, let's move to questions of staff, please. And Wendy, do you want to pose? Thank you very much for your time, sir. Wendy, do you want to pose your question again in terms of, you know, what the process is in terms of what's before us versus what gets later refined? Does that sort of distill your question?
Yes, so now my understanding is that this is for the zoning, and so the zoning plan at this point is for what is proposed now, and then so whatever that on top will be another stage. That's a procedure I understand now.
Okay. So do you have a
Right.
question then of staff? Do you want any further clarification or?
Am my understanding correct at this point? Maybe to the staff?
Yeah, Anne, do you mind?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, the application you are looking at today is an application under the Heritage Act. So it's for the alterations to a heritage building under section 33, I think it is, of the Heritage Act. So you're looking at these alterations to the heritage building. This is in association with a rezoning application, and the rezoning application is being dealt with by community planning staff and is going forward through to council. So you are being asked to look at the alterations to the heritage building. So the alterations to the heritage building, which include the impact of the tower on the site. So the impact of the tower is one of the things you're looking at. At a rezoning stage, we don't generally look at materials. It's generally things about massing, stepbacks or setbacks, things like that. A site plan stage, we do look more on materials. However, this is an application under the Heritage Act, what you're looking at. What we have to do, staff are recommending approval for this scheme with further details being conditioned as part of that. So full details of the materials will form part of the subsequent conservation plan that will be reviewed by staff. This application here is we're seeking compatible materials. So those materials have not yet been determined, but staff will ensure through their review of the conservation plan that the materials will be compatible. And second to that, staff are aware that the new TPB hasn't had the training that we have been promised. Our aim is to do that. Hopefully in April, we'll do the training. So we'll be able to explain these processes in further detail at that time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation.
But it works out well because for all of the members of the public who are watching, we all get some insight into how these processes work and just sort of the complexity. Do we have other questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, do we have discussion amongst ourselves? Adam.
I'm going to preface this with through the chair. We had a very intense discussion about this site at the Toronto and East Shore Community Preservation Panel earlier this week. I and the panel both don't feel that this is the right fit for the style of the contemporary addition for this wonderful heritage building. You have a Queen Anne Revival house, which is already quite eclectic and playful with its design elements. The red brick addition for the contemporary addition overpowers the existing red brick on that heritage home. attempt to mimic the typology found in the annex and those design elements with the arched windows and the gables, I dare say is not playful. I dare say is almost a mockery of some of the heritage buildings in that district. I can understand where it's coming from, but it's unfortunately overpowering the heritage building on that site. I also am concerned about the integration and the placement of the heritage building on that site. The tower with the Uno period design elements, I think, is wonderful. But when you get down to the ground level, there's too much happening. It's overpowering the heritage building, and I say it needs further revision, and I'm prepared to vote against this item.
Thank you very much. Other discussion? So I think as Mr. Winnie indicated that you're going to against, I think we'll do a recorded vote on this one, just so that we have everything tickety. I have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody care to move the staff report? I'll move the staff report. All those in favor, please raise your hand and I'll call your name. I have Alex. I have Katerina, Kurash, Mitchell, Matthew, and Paul. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I have Adam and Jeff and Wendy.
Madam Chair, how do you vote for yourself?
Oh, I vote in favor because I moved it. Sorry.
Just checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Madam Chair, I see that as 7 in favor and 3 opposed, so that carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on now to, so PB 16.10 is another item with a confidential motion to it. So we're going to just hold on to that one for a little bit longer. And we'll move on instead to PB 16.11, which is 64 Woodlawn Avenue West, a refusal of repeal of designation bylaw under Section 32 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have a staff report before us. I'll turn it over to Larissa.
Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Larissa. I'm a heritage planner with the City of Toronto. Sorry, Emma, are you going to put the presentation up on the screen?
Sorry, Larissa, I will in a moment. I'm just
No
waiting for
worries.
share permissions.
Perfect. Perfect. I'll be presenting on item PB 16.11, 64 Woodlawn Avenue West, refusal of repeal of designating bylaw under Section 32 of the Ontario Heritage Act and proposed amendment to designating bylaw under Part 4, Section 30.1 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide, please. The designated property at 64 Woodlawn Avenue West contains a 2.5-story detached house form building that is located on the north side of the street, west of Yonge Street, east of Avenue Road, and south of St. Clair Avenue West. Constructed in 1906, the dwelling on the subject property was designed by the notable Toronto architect Eden Smith for Robert Stapleton Pitt Caldecott and his wife Emma Arnold Caldecott in a subdivision of the former Woodlawn estate. On January 25, 2024, the city clerk received a notice of the application to repeal a designating bylaw at 64 Woodlawn Avenue West under Section 32 of the Ontario Heritage Act from the property owner. Staff have re-examined the statement of significance, reasons for designation, and the associated heritage attributes, and are recommending that Bylaw 606/2018 be amended to remove references to Caldecott in accordance with Attachment 3 to this report. None of the heritage attributes in Schedule A of Bylaw 606/2018 are associated with Caldecott. Instead, they embody the work of the prolific Toronto architect Eden Smith. As such, the proposed amendments to the Statement of Significance do not diminish the cultural heritage value of the property at 64 Woodlawn Avenue West. Staff remain of the opinion that the subject property has cultural heritage value and meets 4 out of the 9 criteria in Ontario Regulation 906. As such, staff are of the opinion that the property should continue to be designated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers registered on this item. The first is Arnold Maheson.
Maheson, thank you.
Maheson, my apologies, sir. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for hearing us here. My name is Arnold Maheson. I'm a physician here in Toronto. I live in Summerhill with my wife, 2-year-old and 6-month-old, and I'm here with my wife Roxy and also Michael, who advises us legally. After moving into our house, I just want to give you guys some context as to sort of why we're here. Of course, you've seen the materials. We found the steps were inaccessible to all but the most able-bodied people. There are between 20 and 25 steep stairs, and it's the only way to get into the house. And so my elderly parents really struggled. My wife's fallen multiple times, once holding our newborn. She currently has a torn knee ligament. And so we looked at making some changes. All other houses on the street on this hill, there are two new builds going up right now, have been rebuilt with a street level entrance for this reason. But we found, as we were looking into this, that the house was listed heritage, which occurred during a community dispute with a developer who wanted to sever the lot and build 2 houses, which was the community's primary issue, which we think was reasonable to object to. The Preservation Boards submitted the intention to designate March 21st, 2018 mid-dispute, and the City Council adopted a motion without notice on March 26th, 5 days later. There seems to have been limited time to seek out and understand the full context. But as we looked to further understand the history, we found that the gentleman who commissioned the house, who was written into the bylaw and noted for his associative value, Caldecott, as mentioned by the member, she had clearly and publicly expressed racist and anti-immigration views. And the historical record shows he attempted to influence the politics of Canada in that direction. And you can see our report from our historical researcher for more details. Further, we had seen that from a report from a heritage architect, Mark Hall, who sadly has since passed, that attested to the clear lack of heritage value from an architectural standpoint, though that's worth noting, it's not our focus today. Stapleton Caldecott would have been appalled by us living in the house he commissioned. The historical record shows he attempted to block people like us ever entering the country. We are new to Summerhill. I'm a first-generation immigrant to Toronto. I'm Sri Lankan. My wife is Pakistani. The most recent census data I could find indicated that 91 to 92% of our area is not a visible minority. So our experience is unique, which might be further context for the gravity of this particular issue in this case. Now, the city staff's proposed amendment has really accepted this new evidence we've provided as relevant and applicable to this case. And in the recommendation, agrees with us that action must be taken. That's not the point of debate here. I think we're all aligned on that. The problem is the solution proposed is to simply put our thumb over that part of history, to just erase his name from the bylaw, a bylaw that was considered in the totality of the evidence presented and passed into law, celebrating, among other things, his commissioning of this house. And we really feel this is wholly inappropriate once new, relevant, and applicable evidence is available, as we, as has been acknowledged by the city here. Further and more disturbingly to us, the strategy of overlooking or erasing history that doesn't fit our narrative is a significant problem. It's known as historical denialism or negationism. There's definitely better historians than me in this group. And it's the same strategy that people use to erase significant events that they don't want to acknowledge happened because it doesn't fit their narrative. And this approach has actually been criminalized in Germany with regard to certain issues. It's not appropriate, and it's certainly not sufficient as a remedy once we acknowledge that there's new evidence. So the proposed amendment agrees that our new evidence is relevant, applicable, and significant enough to warrant action. But for the reasons I've mentioned here, we really think this is a completely inappropriate remedy. The only appropriate remedy here is to repeal a bylaw which was considered and passed on the basis of incomplete evidence, and that's how we feel. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us, and I know that that Michael and my wife also would like to say a word as well.
Thank you very much. So typically we'll ask questions of our speaker, but I think if you're working in concert, perhaps we'll hear from all of you and then we can direct questions accordingly.
Okay.
Ms. Earle, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arnold's wife. And as noted, I'm the owner with him of 64 Woodlawn. And I've been listening to this entire day and all of you speak. And the one thing that's really stood out to me is I've heard about developers and I've heard about the work that the Heritage Committee has done. And I've heard about big, real estate projects, but I haven't heard from like real people. And Arnold and I are both big contributors to our community. It was in a really challenging housing market, a huge deal for us to buy a home that we thought would be somewhere where we could create some history in this city. And we've done a lot of hard work to buy it. And when we purchased this home, we couldn't have in a million years imagined that our city would have things in place to prevent people from us living here proudly, living here in a way that allows us to safely live here. I mean, to some people, you might just be hearing kind of notes, but I fell down the stairs, and I'm trying not to get emotional here, but when my baby was two weeks old. And for any mother out there, it was terrifying. And thank God my baby was okay. I broke 2 ankles. And further, I've torn an ACL. Our family who are older aren't able to use these stairs. And so when we began this process, it wasn't to dismantle some heritage or the work that the city has done. It was simply to make this incredible purchase that my husband and I had made something that we could enjoy in this community that, we're pretty proud to be owners in this community. We look around in our street. I look around at the people who have spoken today, and I don't see faces that represent our Black and brown family. And when I see my family living in this neighborhood, it's significant. It's something that should be celebrated. But instead, we're being asked to just eliminate and delete this little piece of history that other people agree was not appropriate to celebrate. We understand that this home got listed heritage in a very quick way. And maybe we believe these facts were not overlooked or maybe not relevant when it was evaluated. But for either way, we're just here to let you know they are relevant. There's 2 people who are of a different race, of 2 children who are mixed race going to be growing up in this home, a family that is beautifully celebrates something that's very Canadian, an immigrant family. And we want to live here proudly. And I feel like the suggestion that we can just erase history, it kind of took away our dignity and like the self-respect that we're supposed to just live here and forget about all of this. So while we understand that there's a desire to respect pieces of heritage in the city, which we think is a beautiful process, we just ask that you remember that there's 2 people living here who, at the goal of preserving the history of something, you're erasing our history and what we want to contribute to this city. You're diminishing how proud we get to live in this home. And so there are real human rights issues here with us having to celebrate this, and with the very inappropriate, I feel, suggestion that we can just delete that little point because it no longer serves the case. So we just ask that you evaluate this case not in the way that you evaluate all of these developments and big real estate plays, that you look at the actual family who lives here and you hear that as a very small population of owners in this community of very white and older people, that we represent something that's new to the city and that's new to this community, and that you celebrate what we're contributing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Campbell?
Yes, my name is Michael Campbell. I'm a lawyer for. Okay, thank you. I'm a lawyer for the owners, including Arnold and Roxanne, who've applied to have the designation bylaw repealed. As was mentioned, the city staff have recommended that the references to Stephen Caldicott be deleted from the designating bylaw. Deleting the references to Caldicott does nothing to change the facts that he commissioned the design and built the house. That's that point it comes across in the original staff report that was submitted in support of the motion to designate the house in the first place. The bylaw, even after the references are deleted, will still indirectly require my clients to commemorate his legacy. It will have a discriminatory effect after the deletions, which is prohibited by the Human Rights Code. All of which is to say that if the city implements the remedy that's been recommended by staff, the city will potentially expose itself to an application for a remedy before the Human Rights Tribunal. That's not something that I imagine is good for the city or the community or anyone involved. And that was the main point that I wanted to convey. And with that being said, I'm going to concede the rest of my time to either of my clients or both of them if they wish to further address the Preservation Board.
I think we have everybody has 5 minutes to speak. So
Sure.
but we can ask now questions of all of you. Thank you very much for the three of you.
Sure. Okay.
For all of your time. It's this is not an easy one. Questions of our speakers, Adam, and then Paul.
I'm going to separate these into two categories of question. The first around the built nature of the house with the stairs, and the second around the Caldecott connection. When did you acquire this property? I see it was last for sale around 2022, and you had mentioned that your neighbors have done new constructions. There was some dispute around the redevelopment of this property, and that they all had at-grade entrances. You also have an at-grade garage. Is that connected at all in the interior? For context, I do elder care. I have a power of attorney for someone in their 90s. I'm very aware of the accessibility issues.
There is no
I'm just trying to get a better understanding of there's
Yeah,
no garage?
There's no connection to the
There's no
home from
connection.
the garage. The only entry is the stairs.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I'm just wondering if it was acquired recently. If you did have elders that were planning to live there, the stairs would have been something I would have considered in part of a purchasing.
Is that a question,
consideration.
Adam, or a comment?
Yes.
I think, Adam, while I respect
Yeah.
the question, and I think it's just so grossly inappropriate and shows the total misunderstanding of the problem here. You know, maybe you haven't been racialized in the way that my husband and I have over the years, but it was a really big deal for us to buy this home. A home of this significance in this neighborhood, as we've already mentioned, we don't represent the buyers here. I was excited to buy the house. So was my husband. This was our dream neighborhood. We looked at the stairs. We didn't think, oh, the city's going to prevent anybody who's not totally able-bodied to live here. We just bought the home and purchased it and enjoyed it. And our issue that we come here is not to debate the heritage and all of this. It's to talk about the issue of celebrating a racist that the city overlooked when they decided to celebrate him and commemorate him as an important part of this home. So if you have questions about, you know, accessibility, that's not my area of expertise. I'm here as a human being telling you about what it means to own this home and the implications that the city's decisions have on how we feel as this ethnicity living here. But no one could access the home if they had any disability, any elderly use. And I don't know if the goal is to only sell homes to people who are able. We're young and able, and yet I've fallen down the stairs multiple times, and we have little children. So I don't know who's the stairs are supposed to work for. But you know, maybe that was naivety, but that wasn't our thinking when we bought the home.
Respectively, through the chair, if I may
Mr.
ask
Quinn,
the
can we
Caldecott
pause
related
for a
question.
second
Okay,
so that,
thank you.
so
Yep.
that all members get a chance
Of
to
course,
ask
yes.
questions? Thank you
And-
very much. Paul, you were next.
Thank you. Adam stole the first of my questions, so I only have one. Through the chair, I'm just wondering, have you, since you've been in the home, have you had anything done in the way of speaking to an architect about what might be possible or what modifications might be put forward as a way of dealing with the access issue? Have you
I'll let my
explored that?
husband answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, the issue before us today is, I don't think it's as I understand it, I'm not an expert, I'm a doctor, I don't work in these proceedings. but it's not a development discussion talking about, I think. The thing we're here to talk about is the action specifically that we requested of the city and the response that we've received, which is to put the thumb over his name. That's what we're here to talk about. So I don't, I'm not trying to not answer your question. I'm just not an expert sufficient to answer your question.
Okay.
I'm just trying to focus on the issue at hand here.
That's helpful because I'm trying to sort through how much of this is the process of designation and what's on paper versus what impacts you as homeowners, and I guess I'll ask the question and you can tell me if it's not a proper question, but
Sure.
I mean, when you discovered that the history of the home, when you found that out, which I take it is after you moved in, I mean, what
Yes.
was your reaction? Do you still want to live there? Do you, how do you feel about living in the house, given that situation?
Yeah, I think that, like as I mentioned in the context, what triggered all of this was needing to make the home accessible. That was what triggered the whole thing. And now at this point, having learned this, we also are not sort of agnostic to the community that we're in. I'm a doctor, I deal with people every day. I'm very much in the fabric of the community. Roxy, and for context, Roxy is a prominent public figure in the city. She has a following on social of over 100,000. The vast majority is from Toronto. She's on a TV show about Toronto. She's been called an ambassador to our city in the press. And I think that we just really, beyond anything at this point, we strongly feel that we want to be aligned with our city. That's the fundamental situation. We're going to be here a long time. We are already a part of the fabric of the city. We're going to be a part of it in the future. We want to be more of a part of the fabric of the city as we go. And that's the crux of why this sort of comes up at this point, I guess, is the question that you're asking.
But yeah, it really negatively impacts our ability to enjoy the home, knowing, like, if you were in the Holocaust and you were a Holocaust survivor and your family was, would you feel great about having a home that was built by a Nazi? And would you think it's appropriate to ask them to celebrate that? I mean, these are the kinds of questions you guys are asking.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go with Wendy and then back to you, Adam.
Yeah, thank you. So to speaker, I'm so sorry, and I have personally, if I allow to have sympathy or empathy of what you're feeling, they're being treated. Well, I myself live in like further down south on used to Bloor Street East, and then I have like one experience that I have walked with my friend in your neighborhood, and I believe we being looked at, well, both colored and being looked at in the way of very oddly. So anyway, so two questions. And well, I'm newbie to this, and I don't know, how this work. And I want to know if you say that you feeling other neighbor already did improvement and with the similar housing, conditions. Is that the case that I'm sure that you have your lawyer and your lawyer probably did all the research? Is that your house being treated differently compared to others? And Roxanne, right? If I can just call
Yes,
you your
please.
first name.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm really touched with what you said, and of course, as a woman, as a visible minority, and when you refer to that, what little points, right? So the little thing that you wish that you could have, improved in your house. What is this? You refer to the little points. So what is this little points that you wish that's here? Me, for example, can do for these.
I wish that the team acknowledged that maybe this was done, this happened in 5 days, this designation, very quickly. It was done to stop a big bad developer from splitting the lot, and we appreciate all that. But I just think the nuances of how it might affect the future families to live here is what was missed. So we would hope that you take away the designation because it allows us to live here proudly how we intend to live here. And it doesn't make a disgrace of the process. You know, when we do decide to make things heritage in the designation, we hope that going forward, you consider some things that maybe weren't relevant, so they were overlooked. And we don't know why that is, but we hope that our story helps you in the future make these designations thinking more broadly about some of the implications they may have, because we really respect your work. We're proud to be from the city. We love walking around the city and seeing all these beautiful buildings that your team do the work to protect. Our home just, we don't believe is that. And it certainly is not that if it celebrates something that is very un-Canadian. So I guess that is my hope, that you take away this designation because you agree that our story matters, that we matter, that us living in this community as a minority matters, that one day maybe you'll designate it that because we lived here. And then we'll be to celebrate the work we did, maybe one day.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. The preservation is for people, not for solely for developers.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Adam, you have another question?
I will direct it to staff instead. It's pertaining to recognition review strategy.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other questions of our speakers? Seeing none, you have my most heartfelt thanks for speaking to us today and raising issues that are very challenging to raise and are certainly complex and are not black and white. And I think that is a tough thing. You all spoke very eloquently and I think helped to elucidate some of the things that we will certainly have to think about. So thank you very much. We're going to turn now to questions of staff. Adam.
City of Toronto has gone through the chair. The City of Toronto has gone through the recognition review strategy. There are a number of sites I am aware of which I have flagged to staff that have been designated with quite horrific history. And I speak as an openly gay man that has experienced discrimination here in the City of Toronto. These include sites that have, for example, Ernst Zundel's neo-Nazi bunker was designated as part of the Cabbagetown HCD. One of the homes of the architects of the residential school system was designated in the entertainment district. I'm wondering, in terms of the recognition review strategy, it's my understanding it's largely been focused on street names. Is there an opportunity to expand this program into the Heritage Register to look at these various sites? I'm aware of many other buildings with connections to the eugenics movement in early 20th century Canada that was very prominent with the medical field in that time. Has there been any discussion with staff at all of a strategy moving forward for this type of situation? Because it will not be the last time we see something like this. And I want to stress to the speakers, thank you for your time. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm trying to understand this within the contextual. It may be a precedent-setting matter for the board.
I think that Tamara might be best suited to answer this question.
Good morning. Again, my name is Tamara Cartwright. I'm the program manager for the Heritage Policy and Research team. The review of the Heritage Register, as you members might know, but for the benefit of the public, is an ongoing process right now. We're actually, my colleague Paul Macca is about to give an update on some of the work that we're doing immediately, but that is something in the future about what are the, I would say, the gap analysis and what is to reflect the City of Toronto beyond that. There isn't at this time, I would say, a specific direction on some of these matters that you're asking about anti-racism, but I can just say that as public servants, this is one of the most important things that we receive training on and on our awareness, not only from direction from the leadership of council, but also as members of the Toronto Public Service. But I would say that this is something you will see as we evolve and modernize the Heritage Register itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? I have one, and it's I think because we have a lot of complex issues that are bundled together, and it's a little bit hard to piece out. So I'm going to just distill one idea, which is the designation bylaw. Does that preclude change to the House?
The designation bylaw, we would specifically preclude specific changes to the heritage attributes, but it would depend what those changes are. Like I'm not seeing the steps, for instance, as something in the heritage attributes. So that would be something that would have to be evaluated on a case by case basis based on the heritage attributes that are in the designating bylaw.
And could change then if hypothetically to any attribute, change could be mitigated, correct? Through the application process? Sorry, like you could have a discussion about what change could be, what could occur on a heritage property?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Anne, did you want to jump in? I saw you pop up on the screen.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that. I mean, designation isn't about preventing change. It's about managing future change. So as you'll see on the agenda today, there are a number of applications for alterations to heritage buildings where substantial changes is being contemplated and are being recommended for approval. So if the owners of this property wish to make changes, we can discuss that with them so that the house can continue to meet their needs, or can meet their needs and be adapted to meet their needs.
Thank you. Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. So follow-up questions with that. So what that means for what we are like asking here. So let's say the owner want to change the staircase, which is the only entrance to the house. So would that be like what we are asking if we vote refusal, or I just need a little bit explanations about what will be the consequences of this vote. And I'm very touched with what Ms. Elf mentioned, and so how I can do it with this motion table here. Thank you.
I see you, Katerina, so we'll have Anne, if you don't mind.
So in answer to that question, so if somebody wants to, I mean, I don't know whether those stairs in particular are heritage attributes. Are they, Larissa?
I'm not seeing that they are.
So if they are not, you need permission under the Heritage Act if you want to alter or remove heritage attributes that are described in the designation bylaw. So if the designation bylaw doesn't describe those stairs, then they don't need permission under the Heritage Act to alter or remove them. It's only if somebody is proposing to alter or remove something that's described as an attribute in the heritage designation bylaw that they need permission, and then we will review that with the applicant to understand the implications of it.
So they're not connected, actually. Well, if that is the staircase is not the attribute heritage. The bylaw?
Not specifically here. No, they're not listed as a heritage attribute specifically.
Okay, so the bylaw here that we are asking is not connected to the staircase. If the owner like to propose to make the convenience for the accessibility to the house, they could. My understanding correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Katerina, you have a question.
Yeah, through the chair. I just was curious about what sort of plans are set to address the specific matters that was raised by the owners. Should this particular heritage be still designated?
Sure. So I was not responsible for writing the initial designating bylaw in 2018, but I can attest to the fact that my colleague was unaware of the viewpoints held by Caldecott when writing the statement of significance and the historical or associative value and attributing some of that value with Caldecott. And so in light of the new information that's been presented by the applicants via the letter that's been written by Dr. Claudios from the University of Toronto that's highlighted these negative viewpoints and the ways in which the views that he held have negatively impacted the homeowners. We have chosen to propose amendments to acknowledge the way that that his viewpoints have negatively impacted the property owners, which are outlined in attachment 3, and we remove any reference to the property being called Caldecott House. And we also remove in its entirety the historical or associative value section that gives value to its relationship to Caldecott. And then with that in mind, however, the attributes, the design attributes, sorry, the heritage attributes as they currently stand have no relationship to Caldecott. They didn't in their original form and they don't now. There's been no proposed amendments to them. They actually are wholly attributed to the architect, Eden Smith, who was a prolific Toronto architect whose career spanned over 4 decades. He's designed well over 100 properties in Toronto, many of them of which are in this particular style. So that's why we are proposing that the property continues to be designated, because even with the removal of the historical associative value section, and as well as the other proposed amendments, the property does continue to still meet 4 of the 9 criteria in Ontario Regulation 906.
Thank you. Other questions? I guess I have one, and it when you're doing the amendment, I think one of the things that we've been asked is that we've got to, as opposed to just an erasure of our history, which is deeply problematic, is there a way that the designation bylaw, doesn't necessarily celebrate its past, but sort of deals with this very, very bleak and this very challenging and complex issue? Like, was that considered as you were considering the amendment, that perhaps that to acknowledge this deeply troubled and racist past?
Again, it's Tamara Anson-Cartwright. I can speak to the matter. We have a very limited time under the Ontario Heritage Act to review a repeal. The decision time requires us to do that. So also for the benefit, and we received the undated document from the applicant from the lecturer at U of T. I think that it would be too much a burden put on staff to look beyond what was the duty that we needed to do, which was to see whether or not the property meets the criteria under the Ontario Heritage Act. I'm not saying that there isn't a need for further research on these matters, but it was just not possible for staff to look beyond and to validate or to do further research. So we felt that staff review that we felt that is just was not appropriate for us in meeting our standards of research.
Thank you.
The time limitation just did not allow us to do that. We had to focus on the Ontario Heritage Act and the requirements under that. Thank you.
Are there other questions of staff? Seeing none, discussion amongst ourselves. Paul.
I just, this may sound a little editorial, but the 2 words that I wrote down during the presentation that I heard, one is nuance and the other is celebrate. And it is a very nuanced issue. And I'd have to say for all the time I've been on the board, this is one of the, I guess, most, this presentation went to the heart a lot more than a lot of them. It's not just about architecture and where you put the parking lot and that kind of thing. But I think somehow we have to find a way, and we're clearly not there yet. We talk about celebrating heritage. Some of our heritage is very ugly, and I think we have to find a way of disengaging preservation from celebrating, because I would not want anyone to think that if we are trying to maintain the designation of this house, that we are celebrating or downplaying, what goes along with that. But I just say I do think the owners may not be aware of the degree to which they do have flexibility to remake that house and modify it in ways that will be very satisfying to them, provided they don't deal with some of the heritage attributes. So I think there is a win-win in all of this if they continue to work on that. And I also have to make one, this is a pedantic and it's a side issue, but just as a matter of precedent, I always kind of talk about heritage and about due diligence in buying a property. I do think we should have an expectation of title searchers and people like that. Takes 15 seconds to get on the heritage register and find out if a property is designated, and if so, find out why the property is designated. I just apply that expectation to everyone. It may not be the most important thing here, but I have to make that pedantic little point. That's all I'll say. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Paul. Adam, you had a comment?
It's a question directed towards the clerks, actually around process in this matter. Are we allowed to abstain on voting? Because I personally, there's a lot of questions around this as a precedent-setting matter. And like I said, I'm aware of many buildings with history that I personally would question about designation and how we could better approach that strategy. Everything like I mentioned, why is Ernst Zundel's neo-Nazi bunker designated as part of the Cabbagetown district? Things like that, and I would really appreciate a clearer strategy moving forward from the City of Toronto regarding this matter before voting on it. Especially, and I will preface this with, the City have asked for help with the panel that I chair with research on 3,000 properties that are going to lose their heritage status at the end of this year.
So I'm going to pause you, Adam, because
Yep.
some of this is discussion amongst us, and then
Yep.
we have clerical, like a procedural question.
Yep.
So let's do a procedural, and then we can chat some more.
Madam Chair, just through you and to answer Adam's question, specifically around voting and abstaining from a vote. So the council procedures do not allow members to abstain from a vote. If you're present in the vote, you need to vote one way or the other. If you're not participating in the vote, obviously you're not participating in the vote. But if you're present in the meeting, you haven't declared a conflict or an interest in the item, you should vote one way or the other. The process or the procedure is, if you're present in the meeting and you are refusing to vote, then we would assume that that's a vote in the negative. That's how it's handled at council. So I believe that's how we would handle it here as well.
Thank you. Other discussion? This is a tough one before us, and I'm not sure we're going to get it right no matter which way we vote on this one. As you know, Wendy, you have a comment, please, before I.
Yeah, well, can we defer these for further information? Like put it in the next meeting.
I'll let Tamara speak. I suspect not, given the timelines under the Act, as for the last question, but please, Tamara, if you don't mind confirming.
Yes, it cannot be deferred. The report is going forward to Planning and Housing on April the 5th.
Other discussion amongst ourselves. Okay. This, as I say, this is a tough one. I'm not sure that we're going to get it right no matter which way we go, because I don't think this is a situation that you get right. Trying to show sensitivity to what we need to do, and the confluence of a lot of different nuanced and challenging issues. So I have a staff report with recommendations in front of me. Does anybody care to move the report? And I suspect Jeff is going to move the report. Let's do a recorded vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. If I'm going to ask all those in favor, and I will call your name as your hands are up. All those in favor. Paul, Katerina, Jeff, Mitchell, Matthew, Kurash, Alex, Julia. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Wendy. And then Adam, I don't see your hand.
I'm refusing to vote on this matter. I understand I can't abstain, but I require more information around this precedent-setting matter for commemoration strategies within designation, especially as someone who's been asked to coordinate community research on 3,000 some odd properties in the city of Toronto.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah,
We're in the
thank
middle
you.
of a vote. Thank you.
would like to abstain too if I can, but okay.
Madam Chair, once again, we cannot abstain.
We can't abstain. Katarina, you have a point of a
Well,
question?
I also agree with Adam. I just wanted more context from the staff. So I'm not too I'm in the middle right now.
I think a lot of us are. Matthew, I will let you reiterate.
Maybe just on the point that I've just heard, Katarina has voted. You've registered a vote in favor. As I've mentioned, procedures don't allow us to, or don't allow the members to abstain from a vote. If we're in a recorded vote and you don't want to vote one way or the other, we would record your vote in the negative. I currently have that for Adam. I need that to understand that better for Wendy.
Wendy had raised her hand in the negative, and then we've got it. I don't think. Yeah, I think that's everything.
It is. I have the vote total. That would be 8 in favor and 2 opposed, so that item would carry.
Thank you. Without comment, I'm going to move on. Thank you, guys. Moving on now to PB 16.12, 36 to 42 Maitland. At this time, Adam, you declared a conflict, so
Yes.
please mute and turn off your camera.
Madam Chair, before we enter this item, you had mentioned regarding the lunch hour, so I am going to be out for the next 3 items. We have 2 more regarding confidential attachments. How do we want to approach this in terms of the lunch hour? Because I know there was some concern last time about it running over time.
We are certainly going to extend past 12:30. So I think we're going to see what we can get done before 12:30.
Yep.
A motion to extend, and depending upon where things are at, we'll either take our lunch at 12:30 or sometime shortly after that for an hour.
Okay, thank you. I will turn my camera.
Probably benefit doing the full hour. I know I could probably move. All right, so moving on to PB 16.12. Hi, Georgia.
Hi, good morning. My name is Georgia Cush. I'm the Senior Heritage Planner, and I'm presenting the staff report recommending approval of the alterations to the properties at 36 and 42 Maitland Street and demolition of attributes and requesting authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Next, please. So here's a site plan or a location plan showing the subject properties and their situation on the north side of Maitland Street, east of Yonge. Next, please. The Maitlands, as they are collectively known, are similar but not identical apartment houses built about a year apart and completed in 1912 and 1911, and they represent the classical revival style design adapted to an apartment house form. They are connected at the rear by a later 3-story addition, and these properties were designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act in 2023. Next, please. Now, the proposal before the board is for a 56-story residential tower that conserves the primary street-facing elevations and a portion of the return walls on each of the outer east and west elevations in situ. Next slide. Here's a site plan, and it shows at the bottom where the first 2.8 meters of the courtyard space between the 2 buildings will be retained, and the remainder of the inward-facing east and west walls will be demolished to make way for a new interior space. Next, please. The roof plan shows the location of the tower, which is set back between 5.8 and 7.4 meters from the primary elevations. And next slide. Here's a view of the primary elevation as proposed. Again, the buildings will be connected by a curtain wall set back 2.8 meters, but no other modifications are proposed for these elevations. The woodwork of the main doorway assemblies, which is identified as an attribute, both inside and out, will be conserved. Next slide, please. The majority of the outer east and west elevations are proposed to be panelized and reconstructed with some modifications. And here in this slide, you can see the east wall with the extent of reconstruction in red, alterations and a new build towards the rear. Next, please. These images show the extent of reconstruction of the west wall, that's on the top image, and the replacement of the rear wall with new construction. Now, these are admittedly, impacts to these properties. However, staff believe that the step backs of the tower and the reconstruction of the majority of the sidewalls will still allow the buildings to be perceived from the street as whole buildings. The rear wing and the rear portions of the sidewalls are deeply set back from the public right-of-way, and their replacement with new construction will not be as visible. Therefore, staff recommend approval of the application and request authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers registered on this item. The first from ERA Architects, we have Chris. Is he? Hi. Do you have a presentation for us?
No, so I'll be very brief, especially with your packed agenda. I'm perfect. So I'm Chris Uchiyama of LHC Heritage Planning and Archaeology, Inc. Also on the call today is Russell Fleischer, the project architect, just in case the board has or the committee has questions specific to the architecture plans. But we appreciate the thorough staff report and positive staff report and the cooperative and productive relationship we've had so far with Heritage staff, and we're looking forward to continuing that. And we're essentially just here today to answer questions should members have questions of us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My apologies. I got your affiliation completely wrong. Too many acronyms today, but that's no excuse. Do we have any questions of Chris? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Paul Fairley. You have 5 minutes before I cut you off.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Preservation Board. I would ask for your good offices to raise some of these questions that I have. There's a very significant community interest in the interior elements of this building. These are not chattels, but inbuilt features such as woodworking. And there is precedent for designation of these features within the district, including 92 Isabella Street. So I would ask some of the members to ask if any steps can be taken to preserve the interior Edwardian elements, such as the historic apartment layouts, woodworking, fireplaces, etc. And then in particular, focus on the interior common areas, the hallways and stairs, and units facing the street to allow modernization of accessibility via the interior. That is my presentation, and I am grateful for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions for Mr. Fairley? Seeing none, we'll move on to questions of staff. And I'll start off, Georgia, if you might address the comments raised by the speaker about the interior elements and the decision making about towards those.
Yes, Madam Chair, the property's designation was considered by the Toronto Preservation Board last year, and the heritage attributes have already been confirmed by Council. And they don't include interior elements except for the portions I mentioned earlier about relating to the interior woodwork around the doors.
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions of staff? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst ourselves? Seeing none, I have a report with recommendations before us. Would anybody care to move the recommendations in the report? Julia will make the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And the motion, oh, we need to do a recorded vote because there's a conflict on this. I'm getting it. I'm cluing in. So raise your hand until I call your name. Thank you. Okay, we have Julia, we have Alex, we have Paul, we have Karash, we have Katerina, we have Jeff, we have Mitchell, we have Wendy, we have Matthew. And I think it's a Jeff.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is. Sorry, yes, Madam Chair, that is 9 in favor, and I'm sorry, and Adam has absented himself, so that is unanimous. My apologies.
Thank you very much. When do you have a question?
Sorry. No, not a questions, but I just feel a little bit of frustrations here because after hearing what is like here is like it's for the basically is another persuasion just with the exterior, and the second speaker mentioned about the interior and like the woodwork of the interior and the layout is to me a frustrations not able to cover in within this parameter. So I just want to express that, and then yeah,
so
I feel frustrated with another facade, persuasions. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we do have our discussion amongst ourselves, and that's the perfect place to raise all of these frustrations that we might have that might or might not sort of change how we vote, but that's where we can make sure that our opinion is heard and recorded, because all of this is live recorded and in front of the public, so they understand the frustrations that we might all share in that venue.
Yeah,
Jeff,
because we are asked to vote for what is tabled.
Okay.
Well, yeah, thank you. Okay,
Before.
thank you.
Yeah, that's where we have discussions amongst ourselves. It's a really, really useful portion. Jeff, do you have a procedural question or moving on to the next?
I was going to suggest a second motion, simply picking up on Mr. Faraday's concerns. Simply, we understand that this is not part of the designation, or at least there was some reference to wooden interiors, and I'm not quite sure how extensive that reference is. But we could, as a board, request that staff work with the applicant to ensure, or to request that additional interior attributes be preserved.
I am in total agreement. However, we've just voted on it, unfortunately. So that we could have raised this. We voted on the issue, and
well, we voted on the but this is an additional recommendation. Is that enough?
It would be an amendment to it where we would have to make the recommendation of council. We can't ask staff to do anything. What we do is we can make a recommendation or an amendment to make a request of council to ask heritage planning staff to do something. And at this point, I think the time and the place to have raised this would have been as we were considering the issue at hand and during discussion, in order to find our way forward, both procedurally as well as keeping everything bundled together. So
well, the matter can still be raised at Toronto and East York Council. I
it
presume it proceeds to there.
Yeah, there's tremendous power in our
certainly raise that there.
Yes,
and work with the local councillor for him to raise it.
Yes, that's an excellent point. Thank you. Moving on to PB 16.13, 68 Wellesley Street, the refusal of an application for alterations, and we have Dan. Welcome to the party.
Thank you, and quite a party it is. Good afternoon. It's just afternoon. Dan Barlow of Heritage Planning. The item before you is a report recommending that City Council refuse an application for alterations to a designated heritage property under Part 4, Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act at 68 Wellesley Street East. I want to be very clear with this. I want you to please note that due to the new provincial rules, all planning applications are now subject to very short timelines to obtain decisions by council. City policies seek to align community plan reports and decisions with heritage reports and decisions as much as possible. Therefore, Sturridge Half has evaluated this application based upon first initial plan submission without opportunities for negotiation and subsequent submissions that may or may not have resulted in a more supportable application. So please understand that. Next slide, please. The properties are located on the northeast corner of Church Street and Wellesley Street East. Next slide, please. The William McBean Terrace was designed and constructed in 1878 as a group of 2.5-story row houses in the Second Empire style that were later converted to commercial and residential uses. Above, the photo above, you're looking towards the northeast. You can see the Wellesley Street facade is lit and the Church Street facade is in the shadow. Below, you can see the that's the Wellesley Street facade. Next slide, please. This is the Church Street facade. Next slide, please. Here we see a render of the project. A 3-story reveal is proposed above the heritage roof with a step back depth from a heritage facade of approximately 4.06 meters on the Church Street elevation at the west and a step back depth of 3.89 meters on the Wellesley Street east elevation at the south. Above the 3-story reveal, the tower does not cantilever at the Wellesley Street east elevation. However, at the Church Street elevation, the proposed cantilever will project 2.69 meters from the top of the 3-story reveal towards the lot line and the heritage facade below. We would like to see improvement in this step back or reveal strategy. Next slide, please. This is just the site plan showing the step backs once again. And the step backs are 3.89 meters from Wellesley and 4.06 from Church with that projection of the tower, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. This picture shows the storefront design, which we think needs more work. Though the existing storefronts are not heritage attributes, the new storefronts, while contemporary, should be sensitively designed to fit the heritage property. Also note at the northernmost storefront bay, at the lower left of the slide, the storefront visually combines and interfaces the northernmost storefront bay at the heritage property along the Church Street frontage with the new storefront extending north of the heritage property. As a result, the corner or edge of the heritage property cannot be discerned. The project should be modified so that the heritage property has a definitive edge and the new storefront abutting the heritage property is understood as a differentiated building form. In conclusion, this summarizes the issues giving rise to our recommendation of refusal of this application, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers registered on this item. The first is Sharon Hong from ERA Architects. Hello. You
Hello.
have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Sharon Hong. I'm a planning associate at ERA Architects. We're engaged as the heritage consultants on this application, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant on which I thought might be the spicy item of the day, but regardless, as Dan mentioned in his presentation, due to the recent implementation of provincially prescribed timelines on both the Planning Act and Heritage Act application process, we have not had the opportunity for a back and forth on this application and have only received comments from Heritage staff via this report before you. So we are aware that the Associated Planning Act applications are also set to be refused at the upcoming Toronto and East York Community Council, and that staff are recommending proceeding with mediation. Our client has agreed to proceed with this mediation with respect to the Planning Act applications, and I'm here to express their intention to do the same for this heritage application. We've reviewed the comments heritage staff have provided, and we believe that they're relatively straightforward to address, and we are happy to continue to working with staff to resolve the outstanding issues in the mediation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Hall? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next speaker. Hello again, Mr. Paul Farrelly. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is kind of a travesty, really, but it's obvious that the developer, $17 billion corporation, KingSett Capital, is anxious to bring this to the OLT and not waste time engaging locally in any meaningful way. It plops a building 28 stories down in an area which is zoned or is governed under the SASP 382 for a angular plane, which really restricts to 9 or 10 or 12 or 14 stories. But since the major corporation has other land in this character area, that is the Church Street character area, they will take a shot at the OLT and probably free up other land and basically crater the village character, which was defined under this 10, 12-year-old SASP. It wasn't when the SASP was developed and the community was involved and all the stakeholders, it was generally regarded that height would go on Yonge Street and that the village character would be maintained as a kind of fairly low-rise area. But I guess, you know, things change, and if you have the money to go there, to the OLT, the regular back and forth process is performative. It's basically of no relevance. And if you can, you know, unless you're, you know, an exceptionally wealthy neighborhood association, you'll be left out of the mediation, you know, unless you can afford to go. So it's a very good, straightforward refusal. It should be refused, and on we go onwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Farrelly? Seeing none, do we have questions of staff? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst ourselves? Jeff, do you have a comment? Just want to make sure I've caught everybody.
No, somebody needs to move the motion.
That is absolutely true. I just want to make sure. So we have a staff report with recommendations before us. Do I have anybody who cares to move those recommendations? Julia will move those recommendations. It's the only time I refer to myself in the third person. Anyway, all those in favor. And we're going to do a recorded vote, and I'm going to read out your names. So reading out names: Julia, Wendy, Alex, Jeff, Katerina, Parash, Matthew, Mitchell, Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is 9 in favor. That was unanimous.
Perfect. Moving on now to PB 16.14. Welcome back, Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be recommending approval of the alterations and demolition of attributes at 650 and 664 Yonge Street and requesting authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Next, please. Now, the subject properties are situated within a fairly large development site, which is located on the west side of Yonge Street, north of Irwin Avenue. And it's also situated within the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District, which is not yet in force. The subject properties are identified here with the yellow stars. And next, please. The development site is comprised of a number of listed, contributing, and Part 4 designated properties facing both Yonge and Irwin Streets. And this report addresses the alterations and demolition applied for under the Ontario Heritage Act for the 2 designated properties. Next, please. 650 Yonge Street, which is shown on the left, includes the entrance addresses of 650A and 652. It was designated in 2023 by bylaw number 816/2023 as having design and contextual value and is part of a contiguous row of mixed-use buildings constructed as a group between 1873 and 1875. The building displays a vernacular architectural expression and maintains the historic Main Street character of this portion of Yonge Street. 664 Yonge on the right was also designated in 2023, along with the remainder of this set of properties from 664 to 680 Yonge Street, moving northwards. The remainder of those properties are not part of the development site. Only the southernmost building is included in the current application. This building was designed by E.J. Lennox, and this set of buildings was constructed as a row of 10 stores in 1883 and displays a high degree of artistic merit. Next, please. Now, this slide shows 2 renderings of the proposal. A 75-story tower plus mechanical is proposed on the site, including the 2 designated properties. The listed properties on the larger site are proposed to be demolished, the majority of which will be reconstructed in kind to the gable peak. These properties were not designated at the same time as 650 to 664 Yonge due to the widespread absence of original materials, integrity, and the inability to meet criteria for designation. Combined with their poor condition, structural instability, and combustibility, their conservation was not possible. However, their reconstruction will continue to support the character of the HCD and will maintain continuity with the designated properties on the site. Next, please. The designated properties will most certainly be impacted by the new development. However, the impact will be mitigated by a 10-meter step back of the tower from Yonge Street, which is shown in this slide. This will allow all the buildings facing Yonge to maintain their prominence and continue to support the established heritage character. Next, please. 650 Yonge on the left has solid masonry wall construction, although it's been overclad with later stucco and precast concrete accents. The original red brick beneath is in good condition. However, the buff brick accents require replacement in kind due to poor condition. The primary facade will be retained in situ, but the roof, firewall, and dormers will be removed and reconstructed to match the original. A new storefront design will be inspired by former 1930s to 1940s storefront based on archival information. These details will be reviewed by staff in a conservation plan to the satisfaction of the senior manager. The building on the right at 664 Yonge is solid masonry construction with metal overcladding at the ground floor level. The majority of the building elements here are generally in poor to fair condition. However, it's proposed to be retained in situ to a depth of approximately 6 meters from the Yonge Street property line. The exterior brick at the retained portion of the south wall will be rehabilitated, as will the mansard roof and storefront. Masonry and wood conservation is also anticipated, and these details will also be addressed in the conservation plan. The permitted alterations and conservation work will be secured in a heritage easement agreement which will also include a reconstruction plan for the listed properties on the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers on this item. The first is Sharon Hong of ERA Architects. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon again, Chair and members of the board. Thanks to Georgia for that presentation. Again, my name is Sharon Hong, Planning Associate at ERA Architects. We're also engaged as heritage consultants on this application, and we've been working with staff to get to this recommendation of approval. So I have nothing further to add to Georgia's presentation, but I did want to raise the issue that I think there was a clerical issue, I believe, with the recommendation, and want to ensure that the condition of approvals be aligned with the associated Planning Act conditions, and I believe that that has been put in motion. So just want to make sure that that is seen through. And I also want to make myself available to answer any questions that the board may have related to the proposed conservation strategy.
Thank you very much. There is an amendment forthcoming, but we're going to get to that after we have all of our speakers that speak to sort of those issues, and we'll get it all explained at that point.
Great,
So we'll
thank you.
To our next, hi Jeff.
A question of Sharon.
Oh, sorry. Yes, question of Sharon.
I just would like her to explain a little bit more what she was meaning about the modification to the conditions or something. It wasn't clear what you were trying to tell us.
Oh, I think Julia, or sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair, just explained that that will be addressed when with the amendments.
So there's the recommendations, just they needed a slight tweak in the wording. It doesn't change sort of anything. It's just in order to capture everything as accurately as possible. So that it's coming.
Okay, fair enough.
The next one up. Welcome back, Paul. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you again. I would like to share as well, if that's possible.
I'm sorry, pardon me?
I'd like to, yeah, okay, I've got it here. I just give the folks a little context here. This is the North Downtown Young Planning Framework, and the blue area is the yet to be approved section of the planning framework. That blue section you might refer to as Kingsetville, because the Kingset Capital owns no less than 60 properties on Yonge Street, and this is one of them. And it's about 4 or 5 years now since the Heritage Conservation District, which my association and the Bay Clover Hill Community Association on the west side of Yonge nominated for heritage study, and found over 100 properties contributing, and there's a whole bunch of them in this development. The northernmost one is 664, is part of the E.J. Lennox Scottish Ontario Land Company. It's a shame that just only one is going to get renovated, if you will, but it's not really renovated. It's going to be all but 5 meters of it is going to be gone. And this is really the pattern since this $17 billion corporation has basically bought up Yonge Street. We've lost theaters, bookshops, restaurants, just basically a hollowing out, and shop after shop is just sitting there unoccupied. And the Heritage Conservation District is not approved, which might obligate the owners to repair or renew the buildings. It's pretty sad what's happening to this section of Yonge Street. And, maybe in 15 years it can come back to something, but it looks like it's going to be more Bay Street than anything else, with a bit of heritage thrown on. The other important issue, well, there's two. There's the heritage impact assessment on these properties basically ignores the LGBTQ history. Glad Day Bookshop was located at 650 Yonge Street. And it also ignores Indigenous history, the Sand Hill Burial Site, a sacred Mississauga burial ground, which was desecrated by early settlers. There's no mention of it at all in the broader HIA or reports. So it's kind of a superficial sort of approach. And so the 1940 storefronts, they've been lost in most recent renderings. The modern storefronts are basically insensitive to the heritage buildings. And really archival images should be used to guide these. That's all the thoughts I have for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Do we have questions of our speaker? Seeing none, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do our motion now to extend past 12:30, and we'll complete this item and then we'll break for lunch and we'll determine, but that way we've got lots of time for discussion, etc. So I have a motion to extend our meeting past 12:30. All those in favor? Mitchell? Thank you. Just, okay. And the motion carries. We now move on to questions of staff. Do we have any? I guess I'm just curious about what archaeology has been done. Mr. Fairley raised the point that the Sandhill burial ground, and is any excavation sort of entitled, or what are the processes around that as this might move forward? Georgia?
Madam Chair, that will form part of an interpretation plan, I think, that we will be requesting. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have other questions of staff? None. So as we move into, we've got discussion amongst ourselves on what we have before us, but there is, I'd like to introduce an amendment, please, that the Toronto Preservation Board recommendation 2A4 be amended by adding the words as it relates to 646, 664 Yonge Street and 2 to 4 Irwin Avenue after Heritage Conservation District Plan, so that the recommendation reads as follows. 4. Withdraw the repeal of the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District Plan as it relates to 646 to 664 Yonge Street and 2 to 4 Irwin Avenue, and if not an appellant, but rather a party to such appeals, the owner shall withdraw as a party and not seek any party or participant status on the appeals, or advise the city solicitor in writing that they shall not object to the historic Yonge Street Heritage Conservation District Plan, and only maintain a monitoring brief of the hearing on the merits. So we have an amendment before us. We'll have time for discussion of it. We will then vote on whether to amend the item before us. We don't have to do a recorded vote of accepting the amendment, but we will do a recorded vote of the entire motion. So first, is there discussion amongst us of the amendment? Seeing none, I have moved the amendment. All those in favor?
Sorry,
Oh.
Madam Chair, I just would only ask if we can just display the motion that we're voting on right now. And I
Yes.
asked that because I just cleaned up the language a bit. Obviously, there was 2 recommendations in there, so the only thing I've really changed is that Toronto Preservation Board amend recommendation 2.4 so that that sentence had was sort of out of phrasing a little
Are
bit.
you going to
Sorry
make
about
me read it all again?
that. Absolutely not. Everyone has seen this here.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, everybody else. All right, so we have that amendment before us. I have moved the amendment. All those in favor? The amendment carries. We now have before us the staff recommendations report as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, does anybody want to move the recommendations in the staff report as amended, other than me? Nope, it's me again. I will do a recorded vote. So if you are in favor, please raise your hand. We have Julia, we have Jeff, we have Alex, we have Matthew, we have Katerina, Kurash, Wendy, Paul, and Mitchell.
Madam Chair, that is 9 in favor and unanimous.
Fantastic. I think it's time for lunch. So we will meet back here at 1:30, where we will have our 2 confidential motions to consider. We have our new business item and our presentation. Thank you so much, everybody, for everything so far. I know they're long and not easy. So we'll see you in an hour.
Julia, before we go,
Yeah.
I do think that, I mean, I have a really immediate, really brief meeting between 1:30 and 2, so I'll probably return around 2.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Hello again, Paul.
Hey, Julia.
How
So
go?
far, so far, so good.
So far, so good. It's trying to drink enough water to keep hydrated, but not so much that it's uncomfortable at the end of 3 hours.
Having the water is good, but at some point you got to get up.
Hi again.
Hello again. Welcome back.
Hey, Karash.
You too. Hi.
Hello again.
Hello, Wendy, Matthew, Mitchell.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Jeff. Adam's going to be a few moments late. I think we're good to go, Matthew.
So, yes, you are. So you have 8 members with you in the room. You can begin.
Perfect. Yes, Katerina will join us again at about 2, and Adam will come at some point in the next few minutes. So, welcome back. We are going to move along to PB 16.16, our item of new business, at 376 and 378 Yonge Street. I believe it is Miss Dan is speaking to us about this one today. Now I can hear you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Dan DeBartolo once again of Heritage Planning staff. The item before you is a proposal to alter the heritage properties at 374, 376, and 378 Yonge Street, and is in connection with an appeal to the Ontario Lands Tribunal regarding the submitted official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. You have seen this project already at the March 18th TPB. This report provides an update in relation to additional consultation between the applicant and Heritage Planning staff. This report revises recommendations provided in the staff report before the Toronto Preservation Board on March 18, 2024. On March 18, 2024, Heritage Planning staff recommended that the TPB and City Council refuse the application. The refusal was based upon inadequate stepbacks above the heritage property. Since the hearing, the applicant and Heritage Planning staff have collaborated, and the massing scheme above the heritage properties has been modified. Heritage Planning staff is now satisfied with the overall conservation strategy for the project, including proposed massing and stepbacks as proposed above the heritage properties. For review of the site, next slide, please. Here we see the site at the southwest corner of Yonge and Gerrard Street West. And I'm sure you all remember these buildings. Next slide, please. Here we see the site consisting, I'm sorry, I skipped the slide. Could you go back? Here we see the site consisting of 3 designated heritage properties on the Yonge Street frontage. 374 and 376 were constructed in the 1860s, and 378 Yonge Street is the Dominion Bank building constructed in 1930. Next slide, please. Here we see a render with the previous at the left and the current at the right. At the subject site, an 85-story mixed-use tower is proposed. The tower rises from behind the street wall established by the heritage properties. The reveal proposed in the HIA, a 7.5 meter step back above the heritage building podiums, has been modified. The reveal is now proposed to extend across the entire Yonge Street frontage to the south wall of 378 Yonge Street, which is the Dominion Bank building, which remains preserved as a whole building. The reveal is now to be located behind the new structure at 372 Yonge Street and 2 heritage properties at 374, 376 Yonge Street. Previously, the reveal stopped short of that new 3-story structure at 372 Yonge Street. The reveal with its 7.5 meter step back has also been revised to be higher, raised by 1 floor, so that now it will incorporate the 4th and 5th floor levels instead of solely the 4th floor. Next slide. Another view, current proposal at the top and the previously revised and the previous at the bottom. At the 6th and 7th floors, 2 cantilever elements will be employed. 1, above the non-heritage property at 372 Yonge Street and the south half of 374 Yonge Street. Above that reveal that I had just previously mentioned, the first cantilever projection or step out has been reduced by 50% from previous, resulting in a 4.5 meter step back from the Yonge Street facades for this portion of the street frontage. This cantilever extends to the 8th floor, where the stepbacks are the same as previously reviewed. 2, above the north portion of the heritage property at 374 Yonge Street and above the entire property at 376 Yonge Street, a step-out projection will be 1 meter from the 7.5 meter reveal step back, which results in a 5-meter step back from the Yonge Street facades for this portion of the street frontage. This cantilever also extends to the 8th floor, where the step backs are the same as previously reviewed. The remainder of the conservation strategy outlined in the HI remains the same, and staff is satisfied with the rehabilitation, restoration, and proposed storefront strategy that is proposed at the heritage properties across the site. Based upon the proposed heritage strategy and the modifications from previous, staff is satisfied that the proposal will retain the perception of scale, form, and massing of the heritage properties is viewed from the public realm and recommends approval of this application. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dan. We have 2 speakers registered on this item. The first is Ms. Costello from Airden Bearless.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Absolutely. We can't see you.
Yeah, I just noticed that. For some reason, my camera's not working. Ah, there I am.
There you
Good
are.
afternoon.
You've got 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I'm really only here to answer questions as I did at the last attendance. I will say on behalf of my clients, I wanted to express our appreciation for heritage staff's willingness to engage with us and work with us after the last attendance. And we're very pleased with the result and with the guidance that we received from heritage staff. And I'll just leave it at that and hand it over to Mr. Goldsmith, who I believe wanted to share perhaps some more pertinent comments about the conservation strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I think because we've got a team act here for our speakers, we'll wait and we'll hold all of our questions until after you speak, Mr. Goldsmith. I think just makes some sense. So you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to Eileen, I don't have a lot to say. I did a presentation last time, and as it turns out, some of the changes that we did propose last time could not be formally presented to the board. So knowing that, we worked very hard over the last 2 weeks with staff, Dan in particular, and I want to thank staff for a very cooperative working relationship over the last couple of weeks, and for suggestions that I think has actually helped the project to read a little better, especially from the street. So it's an improvement that came out of it in the end. Dan explained it perfectly. I would just add, because I think Dan missed this, when he says it's the same as the previous HIA, he only talked about up to the 8th floor, but the actual final floor plate is only achieved at the 10th floor. So it's about 20 meters above 378 Yonge Street before it reaches its full form. And similar to before, even though we've altered it a little bit, we are still proposing a multiplicity of small cantilevers to break up the shadowing effect, and we're planning to look at the cantilevers as a decorative element as opposed to just an area of shadow, so that the whole composition reads more beautifully above the heritage buildings. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your reconsideration in such short order.
Thank you so very much. Do we have any questions for our speakers? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. Do we have any questions of staff? Adam.
I will try to put these one at a time as to not overwhelm people. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still baffled around the decision to reallow the billboard on the corner building. I understand it will be used for community purposes. Is there precedent for the installation of a billboard on top of a heritage designated building following this type of alteration? And how is it framed within city planning policies in regards to heritage?
Okay, I can talk very briefly upon that. This area was part of a signage vision plan for the city, or this portion of Yonge Street. And I don't have that plan in front of me, but that was approximately passed about 14 years ago. At that time, staff was actually encouraged to review billboards atop heritage buildings. It was called, I think it was called Bright Lights Big City. Don't quote me on that, but there was this signage plan, like a corridor of billboards on top of these heritage buildings that was passed, and I believe it's still enforce that plan. So the billboard, in conjunction with that vision, was implemented at that time. And this is still an enforced plan. So I'm just kind of covering some of the issue attached to retention of that billboard at the site. I don't know if Anne wants to add anything to that.
Through you, Madam Chair, the billboard has permission under the Act, so we didn't seek its removal because they have permission to do this. So that was the reason why we didn't seek its removal as part of this scheme.
A follow-up question through Madam Chair. Is this considered good planning practice, even if it is permissible under the laws?
Through you, Madam Chair, signage is not generally considered it's a signage application, so it's not generally dealt with under planning issues. In terms of heritage, we look at a number of different aspects when we're looking at heritage. So that's really the best I can think of as an answer for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other questions of staff? Adam.
Okay, I want to give anyone else the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to sound repetitive, but I am still very concerned about the loss of the listed building on the corner, the 1864 Wanless building that I raised during the last meeting. During the discussion, there was concerns around the alteration of that building. I do want to note there is significant cultural heritage in that building, both from the mid-19th century and more contemporarily with Club Blue Note, where there's a Heritage Toronto plaque in front of that site. The alterations could be reversed. Is there any possibility of staff encouraging that building to be retained? It is listed on the Heritage Register at the current time.
I think we, sorry. Go for it.
I can probably take that. This property wasn't designated, so we have come up with a settlement as part of this application with the developers that doesn't include the retention of this building. We are seeking an interpretation plan as part of the scheme, so the heritage values of that building will be included in the commemoration or interpretation plan for the site.
Are there other questions? Wendy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't know whether this will be relevant. I know we are talking about these particular 3 blocks of numbers, and so I understand adjacent site, Chelsea Hotel, is going to have the redevelopment. So I don't know if we are talking about the future. So is there any like study or on the impact with these new proposed top, on the site top tower, with the development in that corner together with Chelsea Hotel? I just a little bit concerned of how that's going to impact that corner, and then maybe not a relevant question. Thank you.
It's a relevant question. However, it's not a question that Heritage would necessarily address. However, urban design and community planning would actually look at the development potential at the Chelsea Hotel in conjunction with the development potential at the subject site. So it's not something that Heritage planning is involved with. This would be other components of planning that would look at that aspect.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst us? Hi, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still baffled about the decision on that corner building. I know I sound repetitive, but to demolish it rather than restore it, there's such a great opportunity here for a continuous street wall between Walton and Gerrard with mid-19th century buildings and that corner bank from the early 20th century. It would be remarkable to have all of those restored. Walton Street was basically obliterated. There's early Chinatown connections there. It's a really significant street in the inner heart of Toronto. And that is the only building left from that early period on Walton Street. There's that mid 20th century community connection. I'm just blown away by the fact that because it's had tiles reclad and the top half story removed, it's been deemed a lost cause. It's a real shame.
Thank you. Other discussion points? Hi, Adam.
Again, Paul, this will be my last comment. Again, I'm baffled around the billboard. I understand it being a sign corridor, but during the panel discussion, that prominent billboard on that corner building, it really drew the focus away from the wonderful design of the rest of the both the heritage restoration and the tower.
There's no way around that one, is there? Okay, other discussion points? Seeing none, I have a staff report with recommendations before us. Did anybody care to move those recommendations? Matthew Gregor, thank you. All those in favor? Motion, thank you. And I think, Adam, if you're going to oppose, then I'm going to record the vote. Or are you okay?
Yep.
Shall I record the vote?
Yep.
Okay, let's do
I think Wendy has a question. She has her hand up. And unfortunately, Wendy's muted.
Yes, I want to and I understand from Dan is and a larger issues about the urban planning about that whole corner, because if Chelsea is coming in with the plan and then the preservation is about the preservations like on that particular spots, and without looking at the larger pictures, I just know that's is the situation here. And so I just my opinion, just my feelings, maybe not any questions. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's all relevant part of our discussion. We have particular recommendations before us. That doesn't make us unalive to the larger context, but we have to consider like the recommendations that we are actually have some capacity to move on. Hi, Jeff.
Regard is to whether raising the issue about the other property. I guess in one other case, the report actually mentioned the other property, and so we were able to make a motion with respect to that other property. I assume in this case there is no mention of that other property, and therefore we would not be able to make a motion. Is that the case?
That is my understanding.
Maybe staff can confirm.
That I was going to ask that.
Through you, Madam Chair, you're asked to give your comments and recommendations with respect to the application that is before you that affects this particular site. That is the application that your views are being considered today. If you have concerns about other development applications, you can go to Community Council and raise concerns at that point in time about other development applications. Your comments today are about the approvals under the Heritage Act with respect to this particular property.
Madam Chair, if I may ask Jeff for clarification, are you referring to the Chelsea Hotel or the building part of this site at the corner of Yonge and Walton that's from the 1860s?
I'm referring to the one that you had raised. Chelsea Hotel, that's a huge issue, obviously, but this smaller property on the corner there, yes.
It is mentioned throughout the report on numerous occasions, and I would support a motion for further review.
Gentlemen, let's just get some clarification here, because we came to a vote and now we're backtracking. There's nothing like the pressure of the decision making to force us to chat some more. I think to Ward City staff, just to get some clarification, this building was mentioned, but it has come before Preservation Board before, if I'm correct?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The Toronto Preservation Board considered the designation of all of the properties on this site sometime in the past. Only 2 of them were designated. This property wasn't designated. and staff have been working with the applicant on a settlement that includes the demolition of this particular property. Staff are recommending that the TPB support our recommendations, which does include the demolition of this particular property.
Thank you very much. While we're here, while we have Anne, do we have any other questions of city staff?
So I'm now confused then. So the recommendation that we are voting on includes the demolition of the corner property as discussed?
This application does include, so you're commenting on a heritage permit application that includes the designated buildings. So
well, it'd be a good idea if we refer to things by their street address, then that would be a lot clearer.
So this, yeah, the one, I can't remember the date. I think this is 372 is Young Street is the building you are talking about. That is on the development application site, but it is not designated. So you're commenting on the impact on the development application on the designated properties. This is on the development site, and it's the impact of the development, you know, of the changes on this side, the impact it would have on the designated buildings.
Okay, Adam, do you have another question?
Madam Chair, through you to Anne. It is currently on the Heritage Register, though, 372, and it is referenced throughout the report as part of this settlement, as part of the settlement for the designated properties. I would argue it is intrinsically linked to these properties and the report before us.
I'm sorry, is that a question through you?
I'm trying to think of how to word the question.
Should make a motion, Adam?
Yep.
So I think we ran into this issue before where we had considered the property as part of the notice of intention to designate. So we've already been through that aspect of the discussion, and I think that's where some of our issues at this point are stemming from. Do we have questions right now, though, of city staff, and then we can move on to further discussion amongst ourselves?
So I heard, sorry, thank you, Chair. So I heard two versions. Adam said 372 Young is the heritage designated, but the staff say not. So which version is it?
Listed.
Listed.
This is a question of staff at the moment.
Thing is that it's listed but has not been approved for designation. It's been refused for designation in effect.
Are we at this point, because we're veering now into our own discussion, which is totally valid, do we have any questions of clarification to make of staff?
Well, that is the question. I'm asking for confirmation.
So, okay, we'll ask for confirmation then, please.
372 is a listed building. They don't need permission under the Heritage Act for these alterations. They only need to give us notification of their intention to demolish. And then we can consider designation. But at this point in time, staff have brought forward to you an application that involves 3 designated buildings, 374, 376 and 378 Young Street, and you're considering the proposed alterations to those properties.
Jeff, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I have a comment, actually.
Okay, so just pause for a second and we'll just make sure I've got all our questions attended to. Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier today, we saw a case where there was a decision made by the Preservation Board or its equivalent, the Historical Board in 1990, that was overruled. What is the difference between the 1990 decision that we overruled earlier today and the decision made in 2019 for this property?
Through you, Madam Chair, every property is different, so we have to we review applications as they come on based on what's proposed on a particular property and the designation bylaw on that particular property. So there are differences, but this is our recommendation with respect to this particular property.
Other questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Comments and discussion amongst ourselves. Hi, Jeff.
With respect, it seems to me there may be a kind of a procedural flaw in the way we're dealing with things, or way the city deals with things. In that, and this is the second time I'm aware that it happened. It happened again. It happened previously with 2111 Yonge Street, where there was 10 properties. Staff brought forward only that were listed. They only brought forward one for designation, and there was no reference in the report to the other properties that were being blindsided in effect. So I think, and it sounds like the same thing is happening here, where there were additional property, several properties originally listed, and now staff is only bringing forward changes to the ones that were designated. Not quite the same, I guess, but there seems to be, no account taken from a record keeping point of view of which ones are not being considered again. They simply remain listed, but they don't mean anything because they're not being designated. They remain on the list, but they really have no value because they're actually going to be demolished. So there seems to be a bit of a sort of a legal procedural quandary that it isn't very clear on sometimes on what's happening to these properties, the ones that are not part of the approval decision.
I think that's a very fair comment to make, because clearly we've been wrestling with this on more than one occasion. Is there other discussion amongst ourselves? Hi, Adam.
Hi. Madam Chair, through you, again, the alterations to that 372 Yonge, which is part of the site and referenced in the report, are almost wholly cosmetic. We've lost a little bit of the roof and the cornice. They could be reconstructed. The outside's been reclad with stuck-on tiles. Those could be removed. The massing and the fenestration of this 1864 building are still intact. I'm looking at photos of it right now, and it would be incredible to have that whole block restored. And of course, the storefront's been altered, but every single one we've seen today with the commercial storefront has been altered in some form, and it has not negated the heritage value of other buildings.
Yes, other discussion points. Paul.
Well, the elephant in the room, if this were a matter of a pure calibration, does the building have heritage value? Does the building not have heritage value? That would be one discussion. As I understand this case, this is in the context of a development application which is being negotiated. And while we are tallying the fact that city staff have felt that this building isn't worth conserving in that negotiation, we're not possibly tallying the things that city staff may have gotten on the city's behalf from the application. We've seen that there were changes made and there was accommodation of the board's previous concerns. I'm very uncomfortable trying to dissect a negotiation and try and second guess if staff did a good job of that negotiation or not. I think we have to trust that they obtained the best possible deal they could have got out of the entire proposal, and I'm sorry when things fall off the table this way, but that's kind of the ball game when you're negotiating. So I can personally I support the proposal that's before us, because I think it is the result of a negotiation in good faith, and we should respect that.
Thank you very much. Other discussion. Hi, Wendy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I think I appreciate the effort of the Chair, but from the people who living in that neighborhood, and that is on the Yonge Street, and I just want to echo with what Adam said about 372. And now I'm looking at this page 1 of the photo. Yeah, if you look at that corner, that is quite significant of that the streetscape of that downtown core. And if that will be like, I understand that it's only listed, and I don't know how far from listed to designated. And so I just feel it is a pity, and I understand the staff work very hard to negotiate with the developer. And back to you in the morning when we discuss about like to refuse to the other case with the two speaker that the owner, and I feel this is more for the benefits of people in downtown and with that neighborhood that familiar and that the streetscape, the look of that area. And if it is like taking one more building out, let's say with this 372 out, and then we actually not much left. And what kind of heritage that will have with that history on that corner of the street. So I just thinking about this and just opinion, maybe not really, not really a questions. And I just feel that will be a pity we cannot do the 372, and because it is only listed, not yet designated. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Adam.
Without, thank you, Madam Chair. Without delving into an item I declared a conflict of interest on, there is precedent for this type of reconsideration with the Cawthra Square item that was reviewed last month, where you had a number of designated buildings going under settlement with listed buildings as well. There is precedent for this as part of the settlement.
It's true, and I recall that. And I think the issue is, of course, what's included within the report and the recommendations before us as well, and what can we deal with. And I don't think that it's necessarily an apples to apples comparison there, although broadly speaking, there might be. Do we have other discussion? Okay, seeing none, without backtracking, please. We have a report with staff recommendations before us. Matthew, are you still content to move the recommendations in the staff report? Thank you very much. Let's please do a recorded vote. Perfect. All those in favor, please raise your hand. We have Julia, Paul, Alex, Jeff, Kurash, Matthew, and Mitchell. All those opposed, Wendy and Adam.
Madam Chair, the vote is 7 in favor and 2 opposed, so the item carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on now to our 2 confidential items. So we're going back to PB 16.8. I scroll back in my script. So just as a reminder, we have a public portion, which we're going to consider here. We'll then move on to, and we have some speakers on the item. We cannot discuss anything related to the confidential attachment in public. We will move to a closed session, but we're going to tie PB 16.8 and PB 16.10. We'll consider those both in a single closed session. So PB 16.8 with Aaron. I think you're muted, Aaron.
Thank you. Good afternoon, through you, Madam Chair. Erin Smith, I'm with the City of Toronto's Heritage Planning, and I'm presenting item PB 16.8. This is regarding 4888 Dundas Street West, and it is a request for directions report regarding the alteration of a designated heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. The purpose of this report is to seek instruction with respect to a heritage permit application to alter the designated heritage property as it relates to an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application that has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And as Madam Chair mentioned, first I'll make a public presentation that describes the with prejudice settlement offer that was submitted, and after which I'll turn it over to initiate the in-camera session. Next slide, please. This slide shows a location map with the subject property of 4888 Dundas Street West, located in Etobicoke. It's highlighted in red. It's on the north side of Dundas Street West, south of Burnhamthorpe Crescent, in Etobicoke's historic Islington Village. Next slide, please. The slide shows an image of the property looking at its south and west elevations. The building is known as the Musson House, and it's individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. It's a two-story house designed in the Italianate style, and there's a later addition that's located on its west elevation, which you can see featured prominently in this picture. Next slide, please. This slide shows a clearer image of the principal elevation of the north elevation of the property, along with its side east elevation. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the image of the rear north elevation of the Musson House with a later addition and some stairs for later access that was added later. Next slide, please. So because the applicant has chosen to submit their plans with prejudice, the plans that are proposed through the settlement are public, and I'm going to just briefly describe them in the following slides as it relates to the alterations to the heritage building. So this slide shows a conceptual rendering of the proposal, which contemplates a redevelopment that would relocate and retain the existing Musson House within a proposed new development. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed site plan. So the location of the Musson House, where it is in its current location today, is highlighted in orange. It is proposed to be relocated approximately 11 meters east and 2 meters north within its original property parcel. So it would be the gray square. That's in its final location where it's proposed. And the new development would connect to the parts of the west and north walls of the Musson House by way of a one-story transitional massing piece. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the later additions are proposed to be removed prior to relocation of the building. Next slide, please. This conceptual massing diagram shows the front elevation of the Musson House with the transitional massing piece that attaches to the side to connect to the new construction. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the proposed east elevation with the Musson House and shows similar one-story transitional massing piece and no massing on top of or above the Musson House. Next slide, please. This slide shows alterations that are proposed to the north and west walls of the Musson House to accommodate rehabilitation of the west wall after the removal of its later addition, as well as to facilitate connections into the new development. So select windows that are highlighted in blue will be infilled with brick, and there are 2 new openings highlighted in red that are proposed to facilitate that connection to the new development. This concludes the public portion of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 public speakers registered on this item, so we will hear them now. We have, first on the list is Michael Tucci.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Tucci. I'm here representing the developer. Hi. I'm here representing the developer, Rockport Group. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Rockport has a very recent history of successful restoration and preservation of heritage assets in the city of Toronto, and we look forward to bringing that experience to the Musson House and its successful restoration and preservation as part of the redevelopment of our property. So really just my remarks are just to say that we are supportive of the recommendations from the staff report, and we thank Heritage staff, and in particular Erin Smith, for her willingness and cooperative efforts to get us here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Michael? None. Thank you. We have also registered on this item Nicholas Barrett.
Good afternoon. Likewise, I'm here to simply express gratitude and thanks to Erin and as well as Anne, as well as the board for their involvement with this. I'm going to yield the rest of my time, but on the sidelines for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Nicholas? Seeing none, do we have questions about the public presentation of staff? Just the public.
Yep, just the public. Yep, only the public. The constructed date of circa through you, Madam Chair, the constructed date of circa 1880. What is the source of that, if I may ask? The building style looks a lot earlier than 1880.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't know the answer to that question. I would defer to our research staff who worked on this. This designation did come before the board not too long ago. I believe it was last year. And so the information would presumably be within that designation report.
It's Tamara Anson Cartwright through the chair just to respond. The author of the designation, Clint Robertson, I'm just trying to track him down. We could proceed with other questions and I'll see if I can get him to answer. Is it relevant for the purposes of this alteration, or is it just for information that you'd like to know?
Both, through you, Madam Chair, both in regards to the historic placement, if it's free 1880 on that section of Dundas Street West, and also just for informational purposes. So there's twofold there. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm going to give 30 seconds to see if we can get Clint here before we sort of move on.
Through you, Madam Chair, I may be able to provide some clarification as to my question.
Is it, sorry, is it action or is it sort of a discussion point?
I'll leave it for a discussion point then, yes.
Just trying not to muddy our waters too much here. Hi, Tamara.
I would just say that in future, if we have questions about previous reports on designations, if the member can send that to us in advance, then I don't have to track down my staff from another meeting to get them to answer this question. So just as a courtesy, it would be helpful if that was brought to my attention in advance. Thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, if I may, I'll just add this information.
I'm actually going to stop you there because we're doing questions of staff at this point.
Sure,
So
sure. I was just trying to help Tamara out.
No, I appreciate that. I think what we'll do is we've got to return to this item ever so briefly anyway before we move into closed session. So let us move on to PB 16.10 and listen to the public presentation there, please and thank you. Hi, Dan.
Hi again. Good afternoon once again. Dan DeBartolo of Heritage Planning. I will first provide the public presentation and then the confidential presentation. This report recommends that City Council approve the alterations and demolition of heritage attributes at 1206-1210 Yonge Street under Section 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and the demolition of the building at 1196 to 1204 Yonge Street under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act. These approvals are sought in conjunction with the zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control applications, which have been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. The properties are located on the west side of Yonge Street, directly north of Birch Street, in turn north of the CP railway tracks and the North Toronto train station. Next slide, please. The properties at 1196-1204 Yonge Street comprise a Main Street commercial block building constructed in 1889. Note the grade of the properties was lowered so that the storefront level aligned with the 1914 to 1916 regrading of this portion of Yonge Street to accommodate a new vehicular underpass across Yonge Street for the intersecting CPR railway line. And you can see on the lower slide, that's the same property, the Birch Street facade. Next slide, please. The adjacent three properties at 1206-1210 Yonge Street contain two-story Main Street commercial row buildings constructed together in 1907 and 1908. This completes the public portion of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there questions on the public presentation for staff? There are no speakers on this item. Okay. Seeing none, I think at this point we will, I need a motion to move into closed session. to consider PB 16.8 for, are you making the motion, Jeff? Thank you. I'm just going to read out the two item numbers. PB 16.8 at 488 Dundas Street West, and at PB 16.10, 1196 to 1204 Yonge Street, and 1206 to 1210 Yonge Street. Then the reasons for confidentiality is the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and information regarding potential litigation. Jeff has moved this motion. All those in favor to move into closed session, please raise your hand. I see hands. Great. The motion carries. So I will now try. Is there any other sort of discussion on this item? We have a staff report with recommendations before us. Would anybody care to move those recommendations? Paul. And I don't believe we need do we need a recorded vote for this, Matthew?
Not unless there's one requested. There's no declared interest on this.
That's what I thought, but I'm just making sure. All those in favor, please. Adam? Do we? Okay. All those opposed is Adam. So everybody, but Adam says yes and Adam says no. Would you like us to record this now?
Madam Chair, if Adam wants to be recorded in the negative, then absolutely.
Perfect. Then let's do that. It's just giving our hands exercise. All those in favor, and I'll read out your name, please, and thank you. So moved by Paul, and there's Julia, Paul, Alex, Katerina, Kurash, Matthew, Mitchell, Jeff, and Wendy. All opposed? Adam. Thank you.
Okay, and the item carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to PB 16.10. And I think we do this in 2 stages. Is there any other discussion amongst us on the issue? So I think we've got a staff report with recommendations. Would anybody like to move the recommendations in the staff report? Mitchell. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Correct me for procedure, please.
Sorry, no, I think, is there still an intent to move a motion on this?
Yes, so it has to be as an amendment to this.
That's correct. So we need to do the motion first.
Okay.
Give me, I'm going to need a couple minutes. I'm sorry
That's fine.
to craft this up.
Absolutely.
Perhaps we can do the presentation.
We can do that.
Madam Chair.
Oh,
yes.
I understand.
Is the confidential? Sorry, presentation confidential?
Yes.
Sorry, the presentation is on Bill 23. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to move on to the Heritage Register presentation.
Sorry, apologies. I have a hard stop in about 5 minutes. I would like to vote on the motion that I've introduced. I apologize for doing that. I'm going to have to miss the presentation. I worry if we go out of that order, the voting will be.
Make sure that clerks have enough time to put this
absolutely
together.
Madam Chair, give me about 2 minutes, please.
All right, so we're all going to hang tight for 2 minutes.
Apologies, everyone.
Madam Chair, we have a motion, I believe, from Adam Wynn that we'll display here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have a motion before us by Adam that the Toronto Preservation Board recommend that City Council request Heritage Planning to work with the owners to revise the settlement offer for 1196 to 1210 Yonge Street to ensure the bricks are not painted, reconstructed, and returned to their original and historically accurate brick color. Is there any discussion about this? Paul?
Madam Chair, I just questioned the grammar. I wonder if maybe the word and be inserted after the comma, because as you could read it to say that we're asking the opposite of what's there after the comma.
To ensure the bricks are not painted and reconstructed and returned to the original.
I would say and are reconstructed.
Thank you. Okay, let's try, we can display that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can make a point of clarification. We have a settlement offer. So the settlement offer has been given to us, so we can't revise the offer that has been given to us. You can ask us to work with the applicant through the conservation plan process to get this, but we have a settlement offer.
Let's Adam, if you're amenable, can we revise the wording to that effect, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what Anne is recommending, yes, that would be amenable to me. I also think it would help save costs on paint in the long term, but that's beside the point right now.
Thank you very much.
We can just ask, sorry, this was a conservation plan. All right, it's never great to be editing while we're doing this, but why don't we display that and just make sure everyone is happy with it, please?
It's actually a reconstruction plan, not a conservation plan.
Reconstruction plan?
Yes.
Just keep it up, 1 sec.
We're keeping you on your toes, Matthew. Thank you so much.
No idea how many times I've done this one. Reconstruction, work on the reconstruction. Okay, let's try refreshing that.
So that City Council requests Heritage Planning to work with the owners on a reconstruction plan for 1196 to 1210 Yonge Street to ensure the bricks are not painted and are reconstructed and returned to the original and historically accurate brick color.
Just a point, Madam Chair, should reconstruction plan be capitalized?
Tomato at this point, perhaps.
I just want to say you're getting lots of laughs from the office in here. Yes, and I'm capitalizing it. Here we go. I'm sorry.
We've all read
making light. Let's go ahead and refresh that. There we go.
I'm not going to.
Also,
Yeah.
shouldn't it be work with the applicant?
I was going to suggest that a City Council work with the applicant or the owners, the applicant to seek rather than to ensure, to seek, because we can ask them to do it. But
How about work with the applicants and or owners?
I think let's keep one cook at a time. I'm bringing out all of the really bad metaphors today. I apologize, everybody.
I mean, when it's a good idea if motions come forward, if staff see them beforehand, so that we can have them ready. Because then, when we have meetings, we don't have to wait to try and refine language.
Agreed. All right. That City Council request Heritage Planning to work with the applicants on a reconstruction plan for 1196 to 1210 Yonge Street to seek that the bricks are not painted and are reconstructed and returned to their original and historically accurate brick color. Does Dissatisfy? I see a nodding head. Okay. Is there any discussion at this point? Seeing none. Adam has moved that this recommendation, and I have all those in favor raise their hands. Mitchell. Thank you. All right, so that carries. We now have a staff report
Item
before
as
us
amended.
with
The item as amended, please.
the item as amended. Yes, the staff report with recommendation as amended. Would anybody like to move the item as amended? Jeff? All those in favor? The item carries. Thank you. Thank you very much to city staff and to clerks for the the tightrope walking there. All right. Moving on now to the last item of the day, the one that we've all been waiting for, PB 16.15.
Madam Chair, I do apologize. I have to leave. I hope you still have quorum. I just want to express thank you to staff and to everyone here for all their hard work today. And thank you to the forthcoming speakers. I will listen to the recording on YouTube afterwards, but thank you to everyone who has expressed interest in the items today and to the forthcoming item.
Thank you so much, Adam. So we have a presentation for us from Paul. Hi, Paul.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. Just wait for Emma to bring the presentation up. Great, thank you, Emma. So good afternoon. Through you, Chair, my name is Paul Macca, and I'm an acting project manager with Heritage Planning, leading the Heritage Register Review project. Slide, please. And I'm here this afternoon with Rebecca Shara from our consulting team at ASI to provide you with a further update on the city's ongoing implementation of the Bill 23 amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act, and to update you on the emergent directions on our work to prioritize the listed properties for designation. Slide. So we've had a couple of presentations to date before the board on Bill 23. When we last presented in October, we walked the board through the changes to the Heritage Act that are impacting the Heritage Register, so those Heritage Register specific changes. And we said that through Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, the province had made significant amendments to the Act, and that these amendments are now in force. Slide, please. So I acknowledge that many of the board members here are new and weren't with us at that last October meeting. So in order to set the stage for this presentation this afternoon, I'm going to give just a quick recap of the changes that we presented last time that affect the just the Heritage Register, those Heritage Register Bill 23 changes. So the Bill 23 amendments come on top of the recent Bill 108 amendments to the Heritage Act, and they're the most significant changes to the provincial legislation in more than 15 years. Our work on the Heritage Register review is focused on those changes to the Act that will have implications for properties that are listed on the register. And just to recap, those changes are properties that are listed on the register can only remain listed for 2 years. So this clause affects any new listings. For instance, the ones that were before the board today will have a 2-year expiry date should council decide to list them. So from the date council lists them, there'll be a 2-year expiry date in place. And then the properties that were listed on the register the day that the amendments came into force may only remain listed until January 1st, 2025. And this is the clause that has the impact on the nearly 4,000 properties that were listed on the register the day that the amendments came into force. So these listed properties are located in every ward. Many predate amalgamation. They come from the former municipalities, and some of them have been listed for more than 50 years. Just a couple more clauses. Properties that are removed from the register under subsections 14, 15, and 16 of the Act may not be listed again for a period of 5 years. And under these circumstances, the Act includes a 5-year prohibition against relisting. And then properties subject to a prescribed event cannot be designated unless they are listed prior to a prescribed event occurring. And it's going to pause on this one because I'll explain prescribed events a little bit further in the next slide. So next slide, please. So the prescribed event, it's a point in an official plan amendment, plan of subdivision application, or rezoning application when the city clerk gives notice of that application. So notice is given by publishing the application in a newspaper. And this particular moment has been very important to us as a factor for consideration as we think about listing prioritizing the listed properties. Because there's an opportunity for council to designate unlisted and formally listed properties, but this is not the case if a property is subject to a prescribed event. It needs to first be listed. So the prescribed event itself is a difficult concept to explain since it's not a point in time in the Heritage Act. It's that point in time in the Planning Act again, where the clerk publishes notice that the application is complete. And this happens very early in the process. It must happen within 30 days of submission of the planning application. And Bill 109, another piece of provincial legislation that the city's been implementing, has placed additional pressure on the Planning Act timelines. So often that 30-day time limit is actually happening even earlier in the process. Now, Rebecca is going to be part of this presentation, and she's going to come back to this project a little bit later on as we talk about the development model. But again, it's been a very important factor as we consider prioritization and prioritizing those listed properties. Next slide, please. So where does the Heritage Register Review fit in with our existing work program? Implementing legislative change is a clear priority for the City Planning Division, and the division has dedicated resources specifically for implementation. However, I just want to pause and say that the other work of the division and of Heritage Planning continues. And as you've seen through the reports presented today, development review work continues, and as a result, listed properties outside of this project are continuing to be designated. At the same time, the Heritage Conservation District program is also continuing, and a number of listed properties are located in Heritage Conservation Districts that are under appeal. And as we work to advance these districts, these properties are also becoming designated. For instance, the recent settlement of the King Spadina Heritage Conservation District designated nearly 160 listed properties. The Bill 23 work also interfaces with our ongoing Toronto Heritage Survey. Modernizing the Heritage Register was a component of the survey program, and Bill 23 is forcing this work to happen sooner with respect to the listed properties. Prioritization principles that we develop as part of this program will inform the Toronto Heritage Survey priorities in years to come. And then there's other work programs, of course, that also are underway, things like the Heritage Incentive Program and an archaeology program, those continue. Next slide, please. Now, the city has been implementing legislative change through a phased approach. Phase 1 of this work implementing Bill 23 was ensuring that staff could continue to respond to heritage-related development applications in the timeframes of the amended Act, the city's mandatory pre-application process, and the Bill 109 timelines in accordance with our new review operating model being rolled out in support of Concept to Keys. And through phase 1, staff implemented a streamlined listing process. And you've seen the results of that through the consolidated listing reports that have been coming forward to the board. Council also delegated focused administrative authority to the chief planner and executive director to list properties in the register. So that was phase 1. Slide, please. So we're now well into phase 2 implementation of the Bill 23 changes to the Heritage Act. Phase 2 implementation is focused primarily on the Heritage Register and its listed properties. As part of this phase, we're developing a framework to prioritize listed properties. And a subset of these properties will be studied and assessed for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Work is also focusing on approaches, policies, and procedures to enable monitoring these properties that will not be designated before January 1st, 2025. To assist in prioritization, City Planning has created a growth model to help us understand which of the listed properties are located in areas where we're anticipating prescribed events. So we went into some detail at the last presentation and describing how that was working using official plan indicators. I'll go through that today. Work began on phase 2 early in 2023 and included an audit of the 4,000 listed properties. The assistance of the preservation panels was essential as we took this work. Responding to Bill 23 has been an unprecedented undertaking. And I'll mention that we are grateful for the many offers that we've had from the community to help us with Bill 23 implementation. I just want to pause here and say to this end, we are launching the new initiative. We've mentioned in some of our previous meetings where community members will have an opportunity to assist staff with research work on listed properties by creating listed property research records. And as of this morning, this initiative is launched on our website. And we'll be promoting the program in the coming weeks. So that's a big step for us here. Next slide, please. So the city has engaged the consulting firm of ASI to assist us in implementing phase 2 of the changes to the Ontario Heritage Act. So at this point, I'm pleased to turn the presentation over to Rebecca from ASI, who's going to walk you through the work to date in more detail.
Welcome, Rebecca.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, through you. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Next slide, please. So thank you to all members for having me here today to provide an update on the Heritage Register Review Project. Next. I am Rebecca Shera, a partner and principal heritage specialist with ASI, a Toronto-based heritage consulting firm. The city has retained ASI to assist with shaping their strategy to respond to Bill 23 and its particular implications on the Toronto Heritage Register. On this project, we are also supported by Maximum City, a public engagement firm, as well as former provincial and municipal heritage policy advisors. Next. The city's Heritage Register Review Project has 4 key interrelated components. The first has a focus on the prioritization of designations. The second component is focusing on alternative strategies and procedures for tracking and monitoring. That is considering, other than designation, what else can the city do to respond to new requirements related to heritage registers under the Ontario Heritage Act. A third component of the project relates to looking at how designations can be optimized. And finally, a fourth component of the project involves outreach and engagement with stakeholders, the public, and industry. Work has been progressing on all of these components since the project launched in 2023 and has been ongoing throughout 2024 with a focus on a framework for prioritizing designations. Today's presentation here will drill down on the prioritization component of the project, providing an update about the strategy that is being developed to prioritize a small subset of properties for designation in 2024 and beyond. Next. We are in a new period of heritage registers in Ontario, as we all know. Amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act that went into force on January 1, 2023 have substantively shaped their purpose and functionality. Registers are now a regulatory tool to service designation in the context of intensive redevelopment of a property. This goes back to Paul's comments about prescribed events having very particular and impactful relationships to how and why registers are now being used and the requirements that are established for them under the Ontario Heritage Act. Next. As of today, Toronto's Heritage Register has over 11,000 properties on it. 35% of these are non-designated properties, totaling approximately 3,800. Next. These properties are distributed all across the city, stretching across all of the former boroughs and dotting each ward, with the highest concentrations in the downtown area and former town of York. The current catalog of approximately 3,800 non-designated properties are not all of the same caliber, and many are located in very different land use planning contexts. They are not all necessarily equally suitable for, in urgent need of, or appropriate for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next. The Heritage Register Review Project is organized into phases to tackle the task of prioritizing the city's approximately 3,800 non-designated properties. Phase 1 focused on research analysis and flagging potential principles and methods that the city can use to guide prioritization of the Heritage Register in 2024 and beyond. Phase 2 of the project is where we are now at. We have developed draft prioritization principles and methods for applying them at scale. These principles will enable day-to-day decision-making around specific properties that can move onto a designation pathway this year, in 2025 and beyond. Phase 3 will be unfolding through 2024 and into 2025, with a focus on what the register of the future should look like, how it should be used, and, critically, what other tools can or should be used to catalog, track, and monitor properties currently on the register and which are non-designated and which will not be designated by January 1, 2025. Next. I want to now walk us through the prioritization framework that has been developed. The framework is comprised of 3 key components that provide the building blocks and which establish relationships between them to assist in decision-making moving forward with regard to designations within this context. Next. The inputs that inform the principles include research, procedures, policies, data, analysis, and engagement. Many of these inputs were collected through 2023. As Paul mentioned, prior to ASI coming on board, the city focused on urgent procedural adjustments. At the same time, with the help of community preservation panels and through redirecting of staff resources, the city started their Heritage Register audit of those 3,800 non-designated properties. The next input involved building a database of land use planning information so we could see where intense change is expected. This is a critical filter to apply to these 3,800 properties. Particularly important given that the Act has introduced new requirements and timelines for protecting properties as part of major development projects. We have continued to refine this database containing land use planning information and are describing it as a growth framework. It is a database that helps us see the different kinds of change that are expected and where across the city. We can layer it on top of the Heritage Register data. It helps us better understand magnitude of potential changes and where designation may be most productive and/or needed. With workable databases set up, we then began correlating different pieces of data and analyzing the existing list of non-designated properties on the register at scale to determine how we could reliably filter and manipulate property data to slice, dice, sort, and group them into different prioritization categories in a consistent manner. At the same time, during the fall of 2023, we compiled practices and strategies being pursued or considered in other comparable municipalities to respond to recent amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act. We brought together detailed assessments of those tactics, strategies, and methods that other municipalities are using or considering to use to respond to Bill 23 and its particular changes to heritage registers in Ontario. Next. Other research, analysis, and engagement is ongoing or recently completed, and the results of this work has generated additional inputs to further refine how the city will prioritize designations in this context. For example, we engaged with community preservation panels, the public, stakeholders, and industry about the Heritage Register Review Project and its approach for prioritizing designations in late February and early March of this year. Inputs received through these sessions have been integrated into the work and the material being shared with you today. We are also currently conducting a gap analysis of the existing Heritage Register. We are analyzing the contents of designated properties to define what is well represented and by extension, what types of histories, sites, properties, themes, and/or communities are underrepresented. Understanding where the gaps lie can help inform priorities for designation in 2024 and beyond. Next. The framework defines specific principles based on these inputs. The principles describe what the prioritization process is looking to achieve. These guide decision-making in 2024 and are intended to stand a reasonable test of time. I will walk through the specific proposed prioritization principles in a few minutes. Next. The framework also describes the methods for how principles will be applied. This describes the systematic procedure, technique, or mode of inquiry that will be used. Principles are underpinned by methods that are used to create prioritized lists of properties. Next. Inputs plus principles plus methods support decision-making around those specific properties that will be researched and assessed and are tracked forward into designation reports to this board and council. Properties will be categorized into groups, those that will be prioritized for designation in 2024, those to be prioritized in 2025 and beyond, and those that will be deprioritized at present. Next. I now want to walk us through a brief summary of what we've heard to date in our recent engagement sessions, and then share with you the prioritization principles. These principles have been continuing to be refined based on the input we've been receiving as part of the engagement program. Next. On February 21st of this year, the city and consultant team hosted the Community Preservation Panel session, attended by approximately 30 people from all 4 panels. Next. Prioritization principles were presented to this group, and a particular workshop was conducted with attendees to pilot application of the principles. As part of this session, we received positive feedback. We heard that attendees liked having a prioritization strategy that is both defensible and repeatable. We also heard that they supported a process that enables quick prioritization. And we also heard that attendees understood the rationale for prioritizing designations in areas anticipated for intensive change. Panel members also suggested and made very important feedback, recommending that through this process, the city continue to consult with the panels. They also recommended other prioritization criteria that might be considered as the city continues to define its designation priorities for 2024 and beyond, such as ownership, surrounding context, cultural heritage value, and architectural merit. Next. On February 26th of this year, the city and consultant team hosted a public information session attended by 86 people. Next. Attendees expressed affirmation for the approach regarding prioritization and focus of the Heritage Register Review project. Regarding the January 1st, 2025 potential expiry of 3,800 properties from the register, attendees expressed that the size and scope of that task feels overwhelming to the public. Some attendees at this session expressed concern over specific properties, inquiring about specific statuses of individual buildings. We also heard at this session repeatedly about the importance of collaborating with the community and to meet designation goals through monitoring, research, and legal supports. Next. On March 5th of this year, the city and consultant team hosted a technical advisory group meeting attended by 16 people. Next. At this session, some overall themes emerged regarding the scope of the project, its focus, as well as the specific prioritization principles that were discussed and which I will walk through in greater detail in just a moment. Themes that emerged was that there was agreement from attendees that the project should continue not only looking at how to prioritize designations, but to look at alternatives to designations. What else can we do to effectively respond to the amendments that have been made to the Ontario Heritage Act in relation to heritage registers? We also heard that the long view needs to be taken into account, not just the January 1, 2025 deadline. This needs to be understood as a multi-year project and approach. We also heard that there is a tremendous need for expediting designation procedures. Attendees also talked about the importance of working directly with property and landowners to build relationships in the case for heritage conservation, and also the importance of leveraging industry and public willingness to help and support and work through task forces and volunteering. We also heard specific feedback about the proposed prioritization strategy. We heard that attendees liked that the prioritization strategy is clear, understandable, and evidence-based, which will work well as an agile matrix rather than a strict ranking scale. Recommendations were also made at the session about making prioritization databases public, along with other crowdsourcing strategies. Attendees also suggested that we look at or consider other prioritization criteria and risk factors to inform prioritization, such as length of time on the Heritage Register, length or type of ownership, land assembly patterns, architectural quality, and levels of good stewardship. Next. I'm now going to walk through each of the 5 draft principles that we are proposing will guide prioritization of listed properties in the short term, that is between now and January 1, 2025, and the longer term, that is beyond 2025. These principles are for this purpose solely, and will not be applied as part of the development review process. These principles are intended to stand a reasonable test of time. These are not presented or numbered in an order that implies a relative importance. I'll now walk through each one. Next. So principle 1 deals with applying a data-informed approach to this exercise. We need to do this because of the scale and magnitude we are working at. We need to use a consistent and aggregated set of data that is standardized across all 3,800 properties on the Heritage Register. This allows us to equalize the amount and type of heritage-related information we have on each property. Using a data-informed approach ensures that we are giving all properties a fair review and not just privileging those that have disproportionately more information available on them. Using a data-forward approach also allows us to work consistently across 3,800 properties and slice, dice, and categorize efficiently based on parameters that can prioritize or deprioritize them in relation to Part 4 designations. Next. Principle 2 recognizes that there is existing work to leverage that can help inform what gets prioritized and deprioritized. For example, this principle recognizes that a portion of those listed properties on the register do not require a Part 4 designation pathway because they are on a Part 5 designation track. As Paul mentioned, for example, the Kings Spadina HCD recently settled. Those properties had interim protection through listing. In this sense, properties that have been added to the register as an interim protection measure can be deprioritized where the HCD is imminently expected to be put into place. This principle also recognizes that properties addressed through some other types of land use planning initiatives, such as properties identified through secondary plans, might already be supported by policy frameworks or procedures or other guidelines that can enable staff to appropriately provide heritage planning input into review of applications made under the Planning Act. Therefore, in some instances, some of these properties may be appropriate to be deprioritized. This principle also recognizes that a portion of listed properties are currently in the development pipeline and working their way through already initiated processes on the development review side, and therefore are not considered in need of prioritization as part of this current and distinct project and work program. Next. Principle 3 focuses on areas with high rates of change to support efforts to increase housing. Our third principle emphasizes that we prioritize properties located in areas that are poised for prescribed events. So how do we find those areas? The growth framework helps us do that. As a model that has been developed in collaboration with the city's strategic planning group, it uses current and historical data to forecast where prescribed events are expected to occur, and therefore where new requirements under the Heritage Act will be triggered. For example, this principle recognizes that prescribed event requirements will likely be triggered in places such as major transit station areas or protected major transit station areas. This principle proposes that listed properties be categorized as high priorities for designations. This prioritization principle also recognizes, for example, that urban growth centers will also likely be subject to prescribed events. And finally, areas with certain land use designations focused on delivering intensification would also be expected to be an area of high prioritization. Places such as areas zoned for mixed use, regeneration areas, and/or apartment neighborhoods. Within any one of these areas that are expected for high rates of change, we expect that some properties can be deprioritized based on their assumed ownership and what that can imply about potential or intensive change or need to pursue a designation. We are continuing to look at different ways to aggregate or analyze other types of property ownership information to determine if properties within these dynamically changing areas can be considered more or less sensitive to substantial change. In summary, this principle focuses on prioritizing designations where there are likely to be the most intensive and imminent prescribed events. That is where a major planning application is submitted. This is also intended to align prioritization efforts so they positively support the city's development pipeline. Maintaining and promoting adaptive reuse can be a core feature of increasing the city's housing supply. This draft principle seeks to prioritize properties so where the city can, They accelerate the process of determining what is important about them. This is good conservation practice. This also helps increase clarity and certainty, a key ingredient that can help support the land development process. Next. The fourth principle recognizes that designations and the Register of the Future should better reflect the city's diverse history and communities. This means prioritizing or deprioritizing properties in a way that supports building a register that is equitable and representative of Toronto's varied stories, communities, geographies, and histories. Right now, we know that the Toronto Heritage Register tells some of the city's history and reflects on some cultural aspects better than others. For example, the vast majority of protected properties are located in the historic downtown core and heavily associated with the 1880s period. As such, a vision for addressing these gaps is needed. This is an opportunity. This will be informed by a gap analysis of the Heritage Register that is currently in progress and will also be informed by ongoing public engagement events that will be held as part of this project later in 2024. This will help support how properties are classified as high, medium, or low designation priorities moving forward. Programs that consider properties with outstanding cultural heritage value and integrity. All other municipalities we've surveyed that are prioritizing their registers are bringing forward the best of the best listed properties, meaning prioritizing those that meet many criteria under OREG 906 and with unquestionable levels of integrity. This is intended to positively impact defensibility, future litigation, and efficiencies of process and procedure, particularly in the short term ahead of January 1, 2025. Next. We are still beta testing application of the principles across the 3,800 properties. Some data parameters need to be refined further, and other work is still ongoing. We did want to share some results from testing some of the draft principles with you today. For example, if we combine just some of the principles, such as 1, applying a data-informed approach while leveraging existing city planning work that's in progress and focusing on areas with high rates of change, we could arrive at a filtered list of approximately 1,300 properties that start to filter up as particularly high priorities. This does not account for filtering further properties out or prioritizing them based on how they relate to the gap analysis that is ongoing or screening those properties to filter out those that are likely to be able to demonstrate outstanding cultural heritage value or interest or high levels of integrity. So this is really a first cut, the 1,300 of what partial application of the principles could look like across the entire data set of 3,800. With that, I'll turn it over to Paul to round off our presentation. A bit more information. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rebecca. Next slide, please. So just a quick preview of the next steps. So our next steps for this project are we're going to be taking a report to the May Planning and Housing Committee, where we're going to be sharing the prioritization work that we've done to date, and then map out a path for the rest of 2024. And then, as Rebecca mentioned, we have the project engagement continuing through the summer and the fall of 2024 through a citywide public survey, potentially a forum, pop-up events, and then more consultation sessions with the community preservation panels, the Toronto Preservation Board, and the technical advisory group. Next slide, please. So again, I'm the dedicated acting project manager for this project, and we've got a website now where our web page on the city website where we're putting all of the information related to this project. So if you're looking for more information in this particular project, please have a look at the website, but also feel free to reach out to me directly or my colleague Adrian, whose contact is on the website as well. So through you, Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to give this presentation, and we'll pause for questions.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers on this item. So we will move to them. And just a quick moment, I sent an email to this effect. I misspoke earlier. We absolutely need quorum for this item and to continue the meeting. So apologies to clerks and to everybody else for any confusion I might have uttered. But proceeding, we have, as I say, 3 speakers on this item. And the first on the list is Sue Dexter. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Well, it's quite a lot to digest. We wrote you last night before hearing any of this, although some of it has been presented before. It's a lot to digest, and we would really appreciate a meeting with ASI or with Paul going forward to get us up to speed very quickly. The alignment of goals for us is precise. We're all on the same page. We want to do it. We see our pilot proposal as a benefit to advance the process quickly. Understand, I'm between TLAB appeals, and we calculated that since 2017, we have something in the order of 10,400 or 10,500 new residents coming to this city. We've had, I can give you 300 Bloor Street, which had big heritage components, 316 Bloor, 425, 350. Within a block of my house, we have Knox Church is one, St. Vlad's is another adjacent to that, and across the street on Harvard is another available site for so we're under pressure, and we all know that. We also know that you guys are under profound pressure. What would be helpful, I think, would be to look at we're hearing top down today, and we understand it's highly technical. What you're doing is highly technical, and you're trying to get a matrix that you can apply, and it's fast and clear and would sustain appeals. We're the community, so we're the bottom up. And I think we've got a contribution to make in how you design community engagement, because Paul referred to it, but it's actually not part of the ASI framework. It's not part necessarily of the city framework going forward. And here's what we've done. And I know Julia's going to stop me in a second, but so 10 days ago, we came and we said we're going to do a pilot in Harvard Village. Since that time, we reached out to private sector big deal heritage architects. They're on board with our pilot. We will work on our pilot. We will do the kind of work that the community can do and bring it to you guys. And then you tell us where we're going wrong, what we might do to help. It would be helpful starting out if we knew what you'd already done. But I think there's a really fantastic opportunity here to engage the public, but you need to have a model. You need to design a model that they can actually do. You harness their energy, you give them very clear direction, and you put the professional heritage assessments out to tithes, basically a tithe system where the professionals throw into the pot a bit of pro bono. And then it comes to you guys. I think it's a doable thing. I think it's but you have to plan. You have to design a project that's doable, and we should be involved in that. And it would be a tragedy if you ignored us, I think. So anyway, so that's my pitch to you. We've written you a letter. We've shown you some pictures. We're under threat. there's no question. And we represent downtown Toronto. You could do pilots in other areas, a
Thank you,
pilot in
Cindy.
Scarborough. We need to
Thank you
talk.
so much.
We need to talk.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you had this opportunity to speak. We have Paul Farrelly has withdrawn. We have one more speaker on our list, Mary Beth McTeague.
Hello.
Hello, Mary Beth. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. My name is Mary Beth McTeague. I have 2 matters which I would like to address with regards to this item. First is a short letter from the ACO Toronto branch with a request. And as a member of that board, I'd like to read the letter to you. Dear Chair and members of the Toronto Preservation Board, ACO Toronto members have attended recent presentations provided by Heritage Planning staff and ASI to the general public and to heritage stakeholders regarding the city's proposed implementation of Bill 23. ACO Toronto agrees with and supports those initiatives. Given the extremely tight time constraints and the large number of listed properties on the city's heritage register, we would like to suggest that the City of Toronto requests the Province of Ontario to extend the deadline for 5 years to January 2030. At the ACO's annual Heritage Day at Queen's Park on February 21st, 2024, meetings were held with MPPs, and one of the 3 items discussed was a request for this 5-year extension. We have been advised by those legal representatives that this request should be undertaken by municipalities, and that's why we're writing to you now to ask that the City of Toronto makes that request. Second, I want to thank staff and ASI for their presentation and for their indication that an inventory of all listed properties is being considered for the future. I would like to endorse this and hope that the city will maintain a publicly accessible inventory of all listed properties if they are removed from the Heritage Register. I have some comments which may be obvious, but in these challenging times, I believe they require emphasis. Although listed properties will no longer be protected under the Ontario Heritage Act, an inventory would provide an important record of Toronto's heritage as well as the city's formal recognition of properties with cultural heritage value. In 2005, changes to the Act provided legal status and protection to listed properties. However, before 2005, as you know, municipalities across the province had maintained inventories which included heritage properties that were listed but not designated. Many of these inventories were initiated by communities and local historical societies even before the passing of the Act in 1974-5. As early as June 1973, as we've heard today, Toronto City Council recognized the cultural heritage value of properties with listing status. Given the changes to the Act under Bill 23 with regard to listed properties, it would be appropriate for municipalities to once again maintain a separate inventory of non-designated properties which have been recognized for their cultural heritage value. This inventory would be independent from the Heritage Register of designated properties. After 50 years of research and recording, municipal inventories of non-designated heritage properties are an important historical record in their own right and deserve to be protected and not eliminated and lost. They represent a significant legacy of investment of time and resources on the part of hundreds of dedicated volunteers, as well as municipal staff across the city and the province. This legacy should remain accessible to current and future generations. Will the City of Toronto maintain access to an inventory of non-designated heritage properties through their online Heritage Register map and Heritage Property Research search tool? This online access is highly valuable and reliable means of facilitating public access to information pertaining to those non-designated properties which have been recognized for their cultural heritage value. Cultural heritage value exists and should be recognized, shared, and supported, even if it no longer has provincial legal protection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions of our speakers? Seeing none, do we have any questions of Rebecca or Paul? Jeff.
I'd like to go back to the slide presentation, almost maybe the penultimate slide. There was a slide, you'd gone through the prioritization principles, and that's fine. And then you had a conclusion that there were 35% of listed properties prioritized using 1 to 3. I'm just wondering if you can clarify a little bit more what that exercise was. Are you saying that only 35% of the current inventory is within some sort of priority, or just, can you, or you only looked at 35% to date? I wasn't clear on that.
Sure. So what that slide, and Paul, I don't know if whoever was sharing the deck before is able to share that slide again, whether or not that would be useful. So that's showing an example of applying 3 of the principles, 1, 2, and 3 across the 3,800 properties. And to just break that down a bit, for example, so that captures, brings in all of the properties that are located in the areas that are indicated to have high rates of change. And at the same time, deprioritizes properties, so filters out across the 3,800 properties, properties that are on a Part 5 designation pathway or which otherwise are in secondary plan areas. So, Jeff, it's a mix of both, of going across the 3,800 properties and bringing forward those that meet prioritization criteria and also meet deprioritization criteria as it relates to leveraging city planning work, as well as property ownership type. So the 1,345 is a first slice of what application of a portion of these principles could do to pull out and separate out high priority properties. And in my notes, speaking notes, I was indicating that this doesn't account for looking at those properties through the lens of Principle 4, building a more representative register, nor does it filter through the lens of considering properties with outstanding cultural heritage value and integrity. So with application of those principles, that number would likely come down to then even, filter into a tighter, smaller list of high priorities. But this is a beta test to try to illustrate how this works in practice.
Yeah, and just to continue that, so you indicated that there were 3 priority levels: high, medium, and low. So you're saying those 1,345 or 35% ranked as high, or ranked as high, medium, and low? I'm still not clear.
Correct. Through the chair, that those would be considered a high priority category to be further refined.
Okay, so that should be clarified, I think, on the slide. I do have
through you, Chair, I could also add too, though, Jeff, if I may.
Yeah, let's let Paul, and then I'm going to canvass just for other questions, and then we'll make sure, Jeff, that everybody will get their opportunity. So Paul, please.
Just a very quick point. So that's 1,345 prioritized properties through that beta test. that doesn't necessarily mean that all of those properties are necessarily going to be designated. Some of them may lack integrity. We haven't done an integrity screen of those properties. Some of them may have ownership that would prohibit us from chasing after those particular properties. So there's still further refinement that would have to be done on those that would bring that number of prioritized properties down.
Thank you. Other questions? We'll let Jeff, I think you've got another one up your sleeve.
Well, I think when we met back in February, I think some of us felt that we sort of needed, in order to be helpful, in order to work in partnership with city planning, with Heritage, we, and this sort of alludes a little bit to what Susan was talking about, we kind of need a bit of data. In other words, you've got GIS to be able to do the growth analysis, the MTSA analysis, and so on. We need some sort of screening, I think, information on a site-by-site basis, maybe in a massive spreadsheet or something, I don't know. But I'm just sort of wondering, you know, we're talking about more involvement, more workshops, but, you know, exactly, that doesn't give me enough understanding of exactly what is the partnership that we hope to develop as we move forward. I think we need to clarify that.
Sure. Through you, Chair, thank you for the question, Jeff. Certainly, this is a data-driven exercise, and we certainly want to share as much of this data as we possibly can. We're not trying to withhold this. And I think as this is an iterative project, as we get further along in the project, we will be able to share some of this data. We're certainly hearing that from the community that they'd like us to show us what properties are prioritized so they can go after those properties so they're not wasting effort. So I think as we move further along in the process, there will certainly be data that can be shared. At the moment, we've sent the listed property list to the preservation panels and shared those, and we'd like to get those on the website again soon through open data. We're also working to get a new mapping tool up on the city website as well to specifically show the listed properties. So I think we hear that request. We hear the request for data, and the more data you have, the more you can help us, and we're certainly working towards that.
Thank you. Other questions? Alex.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I have lots of questions and concerns, but I don't think this is the time to really go into them in detail at the end of a very long day. But I guess just one thing, I know you talked about involving the community in terms of being able to spot holes that this somewhat mechanized process is coming up with. And, you know, you've selected 1,300 and some properties, but I would suggest there probably are a number of properties which don't fall into the prioritization category, but for some other reasons are extremely important in terms of heritage to the communities. And when are you planning to get that component into the model of community input?
Paul?
Yep. So through you, Chair, thank you for the question, Alex. We have been hearing that community input is important. So we've been taking that back, and part of that is looking at prioritization, the 5th prioritization principle that we've been developing, looking at standing properties. And I think part of that too is the research record. Listed property research records process or an initiative that we've launched where we're looking to the community to help us with research. And if there's properties that you're aware of or research on properties you're aware of that we may not be aware of, we're certainly happy to take that in. We're certainly happy to look at these properties that you may be aware of, Alex, that we're not aware of. We've got the properties in here, but if there's things about these properties that we don't know, we're certainly happy to hear it.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, is there discussion amongst ourselves about sort of what we've heard? And I'll first say thank you so much to Paul and Rebecca for the presentation and the ongoing engagement. So to my fellow members, any other sort of, any points of discussion? Jeff?
Well, I think we still need some more understanding. I think as Alex is alluding to, some more understanding about how, in a granular way, we can move forward. I'm hearing much the same that we heard a month ago, and we need to get beyond that. I think people are sort of waiting to get involved to help, but we're still waiting to get involved and help. So, you know, there needs to be a bit more granular understanding. But the other thing is sort of at a policy level. Mary Beth McTeague, who, by the way, everybody knows as a former city employee in Heritage Planning, delighted to see her back. She made a couple of points there, carrying through from the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. One is about getting the city to make a motion to ask the province, the Ministry, I guess, of Citizenship and Multiculturalism, to extend the period. Like basically everything dies at the end of this calendar year. All the stuff comes off the list, and they can't go back on for 5 years. So that's pretty intolerable, and we need to put some pressure forward to request that, at least request, and maybe politically there can be pressure, but to get City Council to request an extension on that deadline of January 1, 2025, which of course is only 9 months away. And the second thing she raised was about the need for the city to maintain a non-legal inventory moving forward, and that could raise questions about you know, what's a legal inventory, what's on the legal inventory versus what's on the non-statutory, non-legal inventory. But it still is in principle a good idea. So I think I'd be happy to make those motions to move forward on those policy matters.
Thank you, Jeff. I think we have something written up to that effect. So moved by Jeff, we have that the Toronto Preservation Board recommend that 1, City Council request the Ontario Minister of Citizenship and Multiculturalism to extend the deadline for elimination of listed properties from the registry to January 1st, 2030. And 2, that City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to maintain a publicly accessible inventory of all listed properties eliminated from the Heritage Registry. So is there discussion amongst ourselves about these recommendations that we're forwarding? Matthew?
Just you know, well, 1, it's a good idea. 2, just a quick question, I guess, to the clerk. I remember in the past that we weren't allowed to make motions on presentation items. Has that changed?
I will let the clerk speak to this. Matthew, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, was this, sorry, I just had my headphones off, I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's the procedural question of, I think, just seeking that clarity that it is within our purview to move recommendations on as a motion, because we've encountered this one before.
So when I was talking to Jeff earlier, what what I heard from staff earlier as well is that there's a similar item going to Planning and Housing Committee. If I think the advice of the board could sort of go along, I mean, be transmitted in the same way that your advice goes to that same standing committee and to others as well. I know there's no staff recommendation there, but again, I don't know if there's recommendations going forward. That might just be another presentation item. So I mean, it's a potential route to at least kind of get it to the committee level. But I mean, to maybe your point, if there's staff recommendations about this that you want to endorse or that you want to add to, that's obviously a more clear route to get it to council.
Thank you very much. I think there would be something meritorious about attaching sort of this advice, especially as it's going forward. I think my one point within the motion is to make sure that it says register and not registry, just so that we have, our accuracy of language there. Are there any other questions or points of clarification amongst us? Seeing none, I'll just give Matthew a moment just to make sure that everything is as it should be. There we have it. So the language has just been amended that it's the heritage register as it is. Everything else is the same. Any discussion on? Seeing none, Jeff has moved this. All in favor? Thank you so much. It carries unanimously. I think that do we accept the presentation, Matthew? Just procedurally making sure that I've got all of my T's crossed and I's dotted.
Yeah, that was the item. You've sort of done something to it, so that's the item.
Perfect. Everybody, thank you so much. This has been a good day. It's been a long day. Thank you so much to clerks for everything that you have done in keeping me especially straight. We don't see each other for April, everybody. So I think, small mercies perhaps, but we'll see you in May, and it might be another longer one. I think anything has been indicated by our recent presentation is that things are coming fast and furious for Heritage, and there's a lot of very tight deadlines that we have to juggle. So thank you all for your time. Have a very good long weekend, and take care.
Thank you. Bye.